When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on our
Good morning, good morning. If you're just joining us, we're standing by for a live press conference from the People's National Party. And the presenters will be Patricia Duncan Sutherland, the president of the People's National Party Women's Movement, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, chairman of the People's National Party, chairwoman rather, Miss Denise Daley, Gender Fair, Shadow Minister and Gender Fair with a Disability, Senator Gabriela Morris, and Nekeisha Burchell. They will be having a press conference this morning here at 10 o'clock, and we'll bring it to you live. Share up this live feed, Those on TikTok, stand by. We're going to have a live coverage of the People's National Party press conference scheduled at 10 a.m. this morning. And we're coming to you with that press conference. It's going to be, the press conference is regarding to Mr. George Wright, addressing the return of George Wright as JLP caretaker for Central Westmoreland. The People's National Party is having a press conference, and you know that it is alleged that Mr. George Wright was the one seen in a viral video some time ago beating a woman. So they're going to come to address that this morning, and I think other issues facing the People's National Party. So we're standing by for that. And news coming out of Jamaica also. Let me take this down here. There is news coming out of Jamaica as we speak. There's news coming out of Jamaica.
This is Make We Talk breaking news.
The Jamaica Urban Transport Company, JUTC, its staff members are on strike, leaving hundreds of commuters stranded in the corporate area and in St. Mary, St. Thomas, and other parts of Jamaica. Also in Montego Bay and in Portmore. Thus, the Urban Transport company JUTC, their staff members are on strike. They're on strike. We're standing by at 10 o'clock to join a press conference of the People's National Party. They're having a press conference this morning here at 10 o'clock. Hope you all can hear me clearly. We're bringing that press conference to you live, and we're going to, after the press conference, we're going to speak some more about it. But they're having a press conference this morning pertaining to Mr. George Wright, admitted back in the Jamaica Labour Party. There was a viral video circulating on social media some time ago of Mr. George Wright. Well, they said it's him. I can't prove it's him. Going around beating, he was beating somebody. Some people say it's alleged his wife. I don't know if it's his wife. I can't prove it either. Because he did not come and admit it to the police, nor did he say it's not him. So join us for the live press conference. Share up this live feed. Those who are on TikTok, thank you all very much. You can touch the screen, share the live feed on TikTok. There will be a press conference of the People's National Party this morning. And those who are going to be speaking, let me get this back up to you. Those who are going to be speaking will be the Senator Gabriela Morris, President of the People's National Party Women's Movement. And I see when I said that she's Shadow Minister of Information and Public Communication. And also Miss Nekeisha Burchell, Shadow Minister of Information and Public Communication. You're going to have also Miss Denise Daley, Shadow Minister of Gender Affairs and Disability. A Chairwoman of the People's National Party, Dr. Angela Brown Burke. President of the People's National Party Women's Movement, Mistress Patricia, Duncan, Sutherland. Those will be our speakers this morning at the live press conference of the People's National Party. Get underway at 10 o'clock this morning. And the Make We Talk program will be bringing it to you live. We'll be coming from there live this morning. We are standing by to get them. Yes, we're standing by. As soon as they start, we will bring it to you live. As soon as they start, we'll bring it to you live. We're going to have a press conference of the People's National Party. Until they start, let us go over to what Dr. Dayton Campbell is saying at the recent presentation of Mr. Paul Buchanan. I saw something on the... Let me get something here. Before I do that, let me get something here that I don't understand what's going on here. Let me get something here. Hold on for me. But we're standing by to join a live press conference of the People's National Party. They're having a press conference this morning. A press conference this morning they're having at 10 o'clock. Oh Lord, a Haitian man died after a bar feud in Portland. Yes, let me bring this to you now. This is what I really wanted to show you. A big Joven Jubilee of this man coming back to the reins of the Jamaica Labour Party. So we're standing by to join a live press conference at 10 o'clock. It is 9:58. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. We're standing by to have a press conference live from the People's National Party headquarters, where we're going to have a press conference where the People's National Party will be speaking about the return of Mr. George Wright. Mr. George Wright, who is the Member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland. And I'm going to show you this video here of Mr. Wright. That's a big jubilation. There he is. Did they bring him back? There he is in full suit of green. That's Mr. George Wright. He's the one that said that was beating a woman in a viral video. And now he's back within the realms of the Jamaica Labour Party. The People's National Party will be having a press conference this morning to speak about the return of Mr. George Wright to the realms of the Jamaica Labour Party. And by the way, you hear the Labour Party having a lot of press conference around the place, you know. And they don't address the situation of George Wright at all. Civil society just make it just go like Sammy Mouth. You know, it just gone like Sammy Mouth. So we're standing by now to join a press conference from the People's National Party. I think it's the leader of the opposition office going to have the press conference from. I'm not sure, or is it on Hope Road? I don't know. But we're going to stand by for that live press conference. Share up this live feed. Share up this live feed as you can. It's now 10 a.m. It's now 10 a.m. We're still waiting on the live feed from... Hold on for me. I have a call coming in. Morning, head boy. I'm live on air. Yes. How you doing? Yes. Sure, man. Hold on for me. Hold on. Sure. Hold on. We have with us on the phone head boy. Just a moment for me, head boy. Hold on for me, please. Let me just get some stuff out of the way. Head boy, welcome to the program. Hello? Hold on. Head boy, welcome to the program. Hold on for me. I think there is something going on with this stupid thing from last night again. Hold on for me, sir. All right, let me send you the link. All right. Hold on for me. We're standing by to join a live press conference from the People's National Party. From the People's National Party, the return of Mr. George Wright. Let me get the clip over to our good friend, Sir Headboy, who's going to come on and speak to us some more. Just a moment for me. Let I get this over. I hope I'm sending him the right thing. Here we go. Stand by for a live press conference from the realms of the People's National Party. They will be speaking on the return of Mr. George Wright. As you all know, George Wright was it's alleged that he was seen in a viral video. Let me say it's alleged because I don't want a soul to come contact me on. It's alleged that he was seen in a viral video going around beating a woman. Now we are being told, now we are being told that it was not him. Well, then said it was not him. We had no proof it was him. We have no proof it was not him because he has never admitted nor denied that it was not him. So we're standing by to join a live press conference from the People's National Party, where the speakers will be Senator Gabriela Morris, President of the People's National Party Youth Movement, Nekeisha Burchell, Shadow Minister of Information, Public and Communication, Miss Denise Daley, Shadow Minister of Gender and Affairs. We have Headboy on now. Just a moment for me. Headboy, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Brother Jeffrey. Good morning to you and your listeners again.
Yes.
You know, I normally would not come on so early, but you know, this George Wright matter is something that don't rest well with me. Yeah,
indeed.
And the JLP has purported they have committed one of the most egregious I don't even know how to put it, but one of the most egregious act by allowing George Wright to run back on a JLP ticket. And let me tell you why. The JLP distanced itself from George Wright when the situation arose. And we must remember when it arose. It arose when the numbers in the parliament were remember the situation occurred when the numbers in the parliament were not well, they would have won the 20 seats, but he needed to have left. Really and
Yes.
truly, George Wright should have been impeached because his actions he committed alleged. It's not alleged because why would they dismiss him if they did not believe that he was in fact the man on the video?
There you go.
So let us not be afraid to say, and this is what the JLP wants us to be afraid of saying, that George Wright is the man in the video, because why would you then suspend him from your party if he was not the man in the video?
Good
So
question. Yes.
by their own actions, they have said that they have found him guilty. The JLP have found him guilty. Now, one of the challenges I have with this decision by the JLP is that it is just a facade. George Wright never left the JLP.
True. You have a
He
point there.
never left the JLP. And so for anybody who think that George Wright had left the JLP, they must be crazy. And I heard Mikey said last night, the comments swirling out there is, oh well, George Wright can come back into. Remember, George Wright's actions were committed whilst he was a member of parliament, which means that George Wright should not be facing the electorate now. He should not be facing the electorate.
So true.
And it is a dying, crying shame. And the women's organizations in Jamaica need to come out and speak vociferously. When you hear people like Nadine Spence, who you don't have to ask where Nadine Spence's political allegiance lies. Yeah?
Yes.
And she has said, no, it's a dark day.
About it.
It's a dark day. And so we cannot pretend as if this situation is any way better. And I've seen something circulating on social media where the JLP is trying to compare other persons who in the past who they claim have been guilty of such actions. We're not here to have a trial to see who is better than who and who did not do what. You're now, like I said to Mr. Williams last night, you're now at the wicket and you must bat. If it were a member of parliament under Mark Golding who had done this, we would have expected the same, that the MP would have stepped down from his seat.
True.
But they couldn't have him resign, because if he had resigned from parliament, there would have been a by-election in Central Westmoreland, which they know they would have lost.
Oh, that is the reason why they didn't really tell him to just go home and sit down.
No, because they would have lost that by-election and it would have given Mark Golding and the PNP a swing.
Indeed.
So
Indeed,
this is all about politics. This is all about politics. It is all about politics. And it is disrespectful to the women of Jamaica. I can never support any man. Yeah, whether you're my brethren, Jeffrey, and I hear you beating your wife. Yeah, just know that is the end of our friendship there. Yeah. We must as men protect our women. That is our role as men. Yeah. We must protect our women, and any society that can't protect its children and its women is a failed society and a failed state.
Very much so.
And you know what is shameful about the whole thing, Jeffrey? Anne-Marie Vaz, because I'm not afraid to call names. Anne-Marie Vaz, when George Wright was in the parliament and the discussions came up, Anne-Marie Vaz went over there and sat beside George Wright. Yeah.
When he was his sectoral presentation.
Yes, she sat beside him. And as a woman, I am wondering, from a psychological point of view, if it is the Stockholm syndrome. Because the Stockholm syndrome, so when you become a victim of the same sort, you try to associate.
Hold on for me, head boy. I want Stu calling us. Hold on for me. Good morning, Miss Winnie. How are you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey.
Good morning. Yes. You're live on air.
Oh, yes, sir. Listen to me. George Wright, would have been in police custody from that day on, and they would have charged him. The wife or the girlfriend could not go and say, we are dropping the charge. It's not allowed anymore. It's allowed for many, many, many years in UK. Men used to beat a woman, and the woman would go and say she's not dropping the case. In London, you cannot do that. For the past 30 years, you cannot do that. You are going to face the court. Without she there or not, he would have faced the court and found or go to prison. Judge Wright should look at it here, what he take and beat the woman. But he got to be stupid. He like to beat me. You think I could have a man that beat me? Huh?
I know you would never stand up. You would never stand up to that, Miss Winnie. I know you'd never take that.
Listen to me. My children's father slapped me once. And I tell him, you do it again and you'll find yourself as a dead man. He never do that to me again. I left him, and no man I have 2.5 men. And none of them could ever eat me or beat me with a chair.
Hold on, Miss Winnie. Where you say you have 2.5 men?
Yeah, one for from 20 to 27. And this one right now is 48 years. And one at it after half a year. So I call him half a man.
I want to say good morning to my good friend, Sir Michael Campbell, a die-hearted member of the Jamaican diaspora, a man who don't mince word, a man who speaks truth to power. Good morning to you, Sir Michael. Good morning. To all those who are watching us from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, we're standing by for a live press conference from the People's National Party, where they're going to speak about the return of Mr. George Wright to the Jamaica Labour Party. We're standing by for that live press conference. Online, we have Miss Winnie. And on the studio here, we have none other than our good friend Headboy speaking about the return of George Wright. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like up this live feed. It's now 11 minutes after 10 o'clock. We're still standing by for that live press conference from the People's National Party. Miss Winnie, continue. Go ahead.
Listen to me. Any man that put his hand on a woman, or any woman that put her hand on a man, it's a no. Because I don't like no one eating my skin. You miserable I am. Don't eat me. Leave me, but don't hit me, huh? Because you wake up and find yourself looking at yourself down below. No man should eat a woman, and no woman should eat a man.
True.
And he should not be allowed to be there. It's just to me, those women who are cheering on, there must be a man that beat them as well. Because there's no way I'm going to cheer a man that beat a woman. Huh? It's wrong. He should not be there. And he's only doing that because he don't want to lose the seat. Yes. But he's going to lose that seat. Yes.
All right, Ms.
Hold a minute. To Ed Boy. Hi, Ed Boy. How are you?
I'm good, Auntie Winnie. How are you?
Thank you for coming and helping to let us know what is going on with Mr. Jeff and whoever you speak to.
All right, madam.
Have a blessed day. Bye-bye, darling. I love you.
Okay,
love you. Take care.
Good morning. Welcome to the Electoral program. You're live. We're standing by for a live press conference of the People's National Party. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey and Ed Boy.
Morning.
Because I like to ask, get the background of Mr. George Wright. If he's a business person or a person who works somewhere, because I can't be in this modern time. Man, Peter, like, talk, and to invite to him.
Well, I don't know, sir. I don't know if Mr. Wright owned the whole of Downtown and Parade. I know nothing about the gentleman. What I can say, though, is this. That it cannot be that we as Jamaican citizens sit down and allow this man to be a part of we're allowing it because we have a thing as everyone. We have a thing, and I would apologize, we have a thing as Everall Warmington in the Parliament of Jamaica who disrespect the women of this country and still sit in the Parliament of Jamaica, sir.
And I talked to him already about an article right in the 90s by women movement headed by
I can hardly hear you, sir. I think your mouth is too close to the mic, to the phone. I can hardly hear you.
Okay, I was saying I read an article sometime in the 90s in the Cleveland about women who been abused seem to enjoy it because of the work come with it.
Oh. Why would you say that women enjoy when a man beat them?
Because those persons go back into the relationship based on the article that I read in the 90s, written by prominent women movement at that time.
Oh.
It was in the cleaner, one Sunday cleaner, one morning. And she
hold on there for me now, because we don't have enough time. We're still standing, but we don't have enough time. We don't get enough call coming, and we don't ask head boy to comment some more. So your views on George Wright going back in 2 minutes. So tell us, what is your views? 2 minutes.
My view,
yes,
is that the JLP have a thief and have a woman beater.
All right, sir. Thanks very much for calling in.
Yeah.
Thank you. The number to call is 954-529-8030. What's your take on George Wright becoming, well, what is your take on George Wright returning to the Parliament of Jamaica by the Jamaica Labour Party?
So
954-529-8030. Go ahead, boy.
The caller asked a question about George Wright's profession. Yes, it is listed that he's a businessman that's in the auto parts industry. Yes.
Oh.
And I believe something was negotiated in Westmoreland why that lady married George Wright, but I won't let the puss out the bag. Some damage control was brought to make it look, because remember, she did not give a statement to the police.
There you go.
But I am saying, in any well-thinking country, right? And it's the same thing happened with the Integrity Commission when they attempted to rob the guy, right? Fitzbade is going to say that no statements was collected. But Jeffrey, if a police is aware of a crime, them don't need to tell you to come to a station to make a statement, and them can come for the statement.
True. Well, is it that the Westmoreland police was left or right? Why nothing came out of it?
It's not a matter of left or right. It's a matter that it shows you the infiltration in the police force, and it shows you the treatment of the police force to certain the Vumva V and the Vumva Va. Even though George Wright is not from the Vumva V, Vumva Va, but he operates in a position that gives him certain attachment and rubbing shoulders with the Vumva V and the Vumva Va. Yeah? And it is clear in my assessment from this whole situation that George Wright never left the JLP. George Wright was always in the JLP, but they just separate. You know, like when your pastor put your backbench, but they're still in the church. So he was just put to backbench.
Okay.
And I'm waiting to see what our goodly ladies here in the PNP will say, because this situation, and let me tell you something, we people who want to be saying out there on social media that the PNP is hypocritical on this move, they're not. Because let's be real, when this situation arises with Joel and Sylvia, and I can say because that's my family and I'm unafraid to talk about it, without the facts being presented, what did the PNP say? They say they stand with Melissa Silvera and they want the police to do the investigation to find out exactly what happened, and they will not condone any attack or any. They remember that they essentially threw their member under the bus. So the PNP is not being double standard in calling a press conference on this matter, because they issued a statement on the Joel and Silvera matter.
Yes.
And they stood by the woman and the woman's family. So if we're talking about anybody being, this is one thing I respect the PNP for, and the PNP is not coming just for the sake of political positions. They have taken positions on principle. And when somebody take a principle position, and they like them or you don't like them, you have to respect them for that.
True.
When you have a bad word cusser, right? A bad word cusser for a member of parliament who would come on a press conference yesterday and speak into the country. All I hear when she was doing the press conference was bad word.
Oh, you mean that woman there? You mean the Cuthbert of the Flint? One moment for me, head boy. One moment before you answer that one. We're standing by to join a press conference from the People's National Party. The presenters will be Patricia Duncan Sutherland, President of the People's National Party Women's Movement, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, Chairwoman of the People's National Party, Miss Denise Daley, Shadow Minister of Gender and Affairs and Disability, Senator Gabriela Morris, President of the People's National Party Youth Arm, Nekeisha Burchell, Shadow Minister of Information and Public Service. I see where they have Gabriela as Shadow Minister of Information and Public Communication. Is that so, head boy?
Information and Public, or is it not Nekeisha Burchell?
Nekeisha Burchell is Information and Public Communication, and Gabriela is Shadow Minister of Information and Public Communication. I think I made a mistake there.
There must have been a mistake on the thing.
Yes.
I think she's working closely with Floyd in Floyd's portfolio area.
Right. We're standing by to join the press conference of these 5 beautiful stalwarts of the People's National Party to come on and speak to us on their views of George Wright returning as caretaker for Central Westmoreland. It was seen in a viral video alleged that Mr. Wright was beating a woman with a hell of a stool. When I saw the video, I wonder what the hell is going on. But you know, our numbers to call in is 954-529-8030. It is now 10:21. The press conference should start at 10 o'clock, but it's now 10:21. We're still standing by to join the press conference where the People's National Party will be speaking on the return of George Wright as caretaker for Central Westmoreland. Go ahead, head boy.
No, you know, and I'm looking at the comments in the comment sections, and the people are absolutely right in what they're saying, right? It is clear to me that this action and the JLP welcoming back George Wright is tantamount to you saying you're welcoming somebody who has committed the most egregious action. Remember now, Jamaica has the highest femicide rate. I want us that data to stick in our mind, you know. Femicide rate means the murder of women. Jamaica has the highest femicide rate in Latin America and the Caribbean. Not even in El Salvador femicide rate higher than Jamaica's. That's a statement of fact. You can ask Professor Robert Gale, he could tell you as an anthropologist. You can ask even any of the renowned lecturers on anthropology and social issues. Jamaica has the highest femicide rate, right? What the JLP is doing now, they have applied, and you know who I'm disappointed in? I'm not disappointed. If I'm disappointed in anybody in the JLP, I'm disappointed in Babsy Grange. And let me tell you why. Babsy is somebody I have the highest regard for. Babsy, everybody know, was very close to Portia. And some of us who were around Portia and who supported Portia never had any bad blood with Babsy. Because Babsy and Portia were two very close. Yes?
Hold on for me, head boy. Remember what I'm going to say? Did any one of us on this platform this morning say that the Prime Minister stealing the money? Did any one of us know? Hold on for me. Any one of us know of Senator Peter Bunting's son being abused? Listen to me. If you come over here this morning with the JLP propaganda, you see, I am not for any political party. I am for Jamaica. So if you condole with George Wright beating somebody, and if you condole with Everett Warmington cussing bad to the Jamaican people and disrespecting the parliament and the people of this country, go over to them, but no come over here with it. I don't want no go find. They say the $1,000 we not give away. Go buy some chicken back with it. I don't want it. Go ahead, head boy.
You know, there's a thing that Jerry Small would normally say. Whenever the toilet is clogged, you have to flush it or you have to plunge it. So I think just now you can plunge the toilet or flush it. You know, that one needs to be flushed. But I was making the point that I am disappointed in Babsy, in whom I have the greatest level of respect for, because you know, Babsy was an advocate for women for a long time. Yeah. And to see that Babsy Grange potentially may be doing her last term in politics, right?
Mhm.
And she, alongside with Juliet Holness, the Speaker of the House, as the highest ranking woman in the Parliament, that they can and being a part of a party that could accept that George Wright, it speaks to a greater issue of that, you know, something is there's the moral fortitude, the moral fiber, yes, it is no longer existing in certain people that you would have expected to be there. I could tell you if Portia was here, George Wright could not sit in the parliament.
True.
If Portia was the leader of the opposition, she would get up every time she presents to say she will not sit with him.
And if it happens that the opposition keep on coming out of the parliament when George Wright come in, the government have to do something about it.
No, but we cannot allow George Wright to affect the business of the parliament. That is why Mark Golding brought the impeachment clause to say put the impeachment clause in the constitutional reform. But the JLP is smart because they know a lot of their members would suffer impeachment because of some of the things they're involved in. For
Yes,
example, Badward minister would not be able to be in the parliament because do you know bad words are considered offense in the law?
it is.
Two, Warmington would not be in the parliament because of his behavior, right? He would have been brought before the ethics committee and they would have either suspended him from parliament pending an investigation. So they
True.
don't want the impeachment legislation to come. And what they have done is that it's the speaker who is really in charge of the ethics committee of parliament. Yeah.
But the,
So,
the speaker can't be in charge of those things because she's lack of ethics too, you know.
but that is the same thing I'm saying. So I'm telling you the whole stream, as Moti would have said, the whole damn river muddy. The whole thing is muddy from top to bottom in terms of the structures of the government. And so we have to look at this issue in that the JLP has negated its duty. And I you know this is what they should be calling a press conference on, you know. And when I look and I see Idi Amin, right?
Who
Idi
you call
Amin,
Idamin again?
Marlon Morgan. I'm not, and I
Uh-huh.
will say so with no apologies. Marlon's supposed to be my friend. You hear the word I say supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
I've known Marlon since 2008. Long time, 2007, 2008. Idi Amin is now coming out because what the JLP is doing, you know, they're going to be having a press conference every week. Yeah? And what they're
And
trying to do is,
hold on there for my head, boy. But the JLP press conference, I don't know. I watch it and I said to myself, should I bring this thing live? It lack of substance
no.
because when you have a person like Juliet Cuthbert Flynn who came on social media and tell the journalists no answer bad word, then she not come on and say she never something like that. I can't listen to people like those.
And with her racial slurs against Mark Golding that her
Yes.
ancestors did this and a white boy, yeah, who never suffered under slavery, right? But let me tell you something. What is happening is when dish towel become tablecloth, yeah, that is what is
Hmm.
happening. You have these so-called agents of morality who now want to come and speak on morality. Where were they over the last 9 years? When why didn't they tell their leader who was busy accumulating 28 bank accounts that it was wrong? Why didn't they tell their leader who had funds sitting in SSL that it was wrong? Who instructed his cabinet because the cabinet had to approve the transfer of funds into SSL, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to go ahead with putting in funds and then pull out FEMA and left the rest of the money that will belong to the government entities in abeyance right now. So Jeffrey,
Mm-hmm.
we know these people, and I am not going to make the laborites frustrate me. You know, I know that the thing named TikTok, not the
Yes.
app, you know, not the app, but the
Mm-hmm.
clock, the ticking of the clock, tick tock, tick tock.
Yes, the
The,
clock is ticking.
Today is the 18th of February. By the way, it is supposed to be my anniversary. So
Happy anniversary to you, man.
thank you, brother. So on the
45 years
18th
of togetherness, eh?
oh boy, I don't think I could. Jeffrey, don't. But on a serious note, the ticking of the clock is what is worrying the JLP. Jeffrey, you know when you back up a maga dog in one corner, where you going to? You going back. You going bite. All if he was the
Indeed.
coldest dog ever. So the JLP realizes that time is running out. And what they will do now is to go up on the smear campaign. You know, listen to the big nose man night before last.
Which big nose
When
man
him
is that?
talk about
Which
Mr.
big nose man is
Noseness. Mr. Noseness. Noseless.
Oh.
Mr. Noseless, right? When Mr. Holness was speaking at the meeting in Trelawney, I got a clip of the meeting and I said, you know, this guy's a very funny guy. Holness goes to say, oh, them have the audacity to come talk about roads in response to PJ Patterson when Pickersgill said that Jamaica would be pothole free by 2003.
Yes.
But let me ask the question. Jamaica could have achieved pothole free status if the road maintenance fund was not put in the consolidation fund.
Hold on for me, headboy. Hold on for me. Good morning. Welcome to the Electoral program. You're live.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yes, you're live.
Blessings, brother. Blessings.
Yeah, I make a shout in. That's I make a shout for say I make a little one say on the whole judge right issue.
Yes.
Yeah, but we all know, and the whole Jamaica know, JV have no class, them have no option, them have no choice, them don't know where to turn. Because right now, they don't take up a dog and run with him. Because me can't tell you that. That's it. Darimple know a long time, so she did guilty, you know. She know that long time. Because when she say her sister drive a car, her sister drive a car, her sister not supposed to drive it. So it come like she had understand herself. So she didn't know that she guilty, but then still take her back here. You see me? Them push this money aside and them run all how much by-election. And this man never considered the by-election. But at the end of the day, we did all know say my labor right. So it don't really make a difference, brother. Anyway you push it, them just have no choice.
Yes.
Them have nobody new who want come in at the party. Nobody with no substance want join the labor right party. Indeed. And the whole Jamaica knows if you look on the PNP team, it's a team of young, bright Jamaican people. And there is so much still in waiting we can't get a space.
True.
The house packed, the house full.
So true, my brother. So true.
Well, they right now have the options. Because they want to run a by-election, and the by-election they want to lose the seat. But a man don't hold the seat already, you better would just step back the man there with the seat. Them not brave. Them not the heart. Them not the guts.
Well, I'm seeing. I'm seeing on the People's National Party website.
Some would have to run back at his age now, you know.
Hold on for me.
Run back just to see the Labour Right Party seat, you know.
Hold on for me, caller. I'm seeing on the People's National Party website. Please stand by for our press conference. It has not begun. It don't begin yet. So I don't know who's saying that the press conference begin. I am looking on their website and I don't see anything. It said please stand by. So I'm waiting on them to start the press conference. It has not started as yet. And head boy, you can verify that for me too, please.
Yes, I'm gonna check it for you right now, Jeffrey. No problem.
Because I am refreshing their system that they have, that I'm getting the feed from, and I'm looking all over social media and I don't see it. Let me go over to the comrade leader web thing. It's not on his own. It has not started. And this is the screen that I have up on the thing there. Please stand by. That's the screen that the PNP has up. So it has not started. I'm not the one who's doing the press conference. But let's just wait. All right, caller. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man.
Thank you.
We just have one thing to say, though, before you go. I just one thing to say. The JLP party is a party of no moral, and no options, and no choice. Have a good day.
All right, my friend. Thanks much. Thank you very much. We're still standing by for a live press conference from the People's National Party, from the opposition leader's office. And also there is the Joint Committee of Parliament on the Integrity Commission Act. They're having that meeting in Parliament now. Head boy?
Yes, Jeffrey. You know, when we talk about the joint, so I was saying that these people now have found their voices. Yeah, they have found their voices, and they have found it at a time when it is quite suspect. The same discussion we had last night in relation to the Portmore matter, where nobody is arguing that Portmore should never get parish status. But we are saying, why are you doing it now when you are less than 6 months away from an election? I am saying to you and to your listeners and to the wider Jamaica, the JLP is fearful. And let me tell you what, they are smelling the defeat. Jeffrey, if you are privileged to polls, the internal polls of the JLP right now, you would be saying the same thing that I'm saying. There are polls, internal polls in the JLP, which is not showing them a good sign. When a party will resort to tell you they only need 32, it tell you that they're in trouble.
True.
Because you have a party at 14 and you know willing to give up at least 16 of your seats. You can't just be willing to give them up. It has to be said that you see the signal why you're willing to give up. So it is what the JLP is doing, and they're going to be doing more chaos in mass communication coming over the next couple of months.
I want you to address something here, Headboy, because I think a lot of people on social media, and we said it last night, this has been going on for a long while. The office of the election, what do they call it, the EOJ, was in the office of Portia Simpson Miller when she was prime minister. And
yes,
somebody saying here on social media, I do not trust Gospel Brown and the EOJ because Mr. Brown is too close to the PM. And I know
let me address it, Jeffrey, and I'll address it as a comrade. The party has two commissioners. Each party appoints a commissioner to the EOJ. Yes, there's somebody that the opposition leader signs off on. So the EOJ is run by commissioners. Yes, the EOJ has some sort of autonomy. Where the issue, where people might be kind of worried about is that they have seen that the EOJ is listed under the office of the Prime Minister. It was there when Portia was Prime Minister. It was there when PJ Patterson in his latter part was Prime Minister, and also Bruce Golding. The reason for it is for administrative purposes. I do agree that we can set up the EOJ a little bit better, where not even administrative purposes it falls under it can have it is supposed to. That is why the EOJ have to call on the government to give them money for elections. The Integrity Commission can just send it budget and it have to get what it have to get. Same with the EOJ. Yeah. However, I do agree that because of the elections and the view of some people in Jamaica that they don't believe the electoral system is at its best, that for perception, it would make more sense if you give the EOJ even its own full administrative autonomy. So it not sit under no ministry, it have its own book, similar like the Integrity Commission, similar to like the INDICOM, right? So it is set up under its own purview. But as it were now, it does have its own purview. It doesn't report to the Prime Minister. It is just there for administrative purposes, meaning from the budgetary side, so that you can at least allocate the budget to them. Yeah. Outside of that, and I want people to, I say it last night and I'll say it again. Gone were the days. I remember in the 90s, as a 90s, growing up in the 90s, that I saw there was a lot of dispute about the election. Yeah. Particularly 97 election, there were a lot of noise about the 97 election. Yes. Persons were not happy with some people, meaning the JLP. But the truth be told is we have come a long way. I remember when there were days when people used to just tell you, go home in your yard, me vote for you already. That's not happening in Jamaica anymore. Yeah? And if it is happening, it ought not to be happening. So I'm saying the system has improved, but what we need to, where we should direct our attention more, is more in terms of electoral reform. So, like for example, ensuring that you have biometric voting. Yeah? Because Jeffrey can't have Ed Boy fingerprint, and Ed Boy can't have Jeffrey fingerprint. Jeffrey can't have Miss Winnie fingerprint, and vice versa. So we must now advocate for more electoral reform, but rather say no that you're going to come with the argument that, oh, the EOJ. I have full confidence in the EOJ because the commissioners from the PNP sit there. Nothing can be signed off unless the PNP sign off on it. You can't become on the constituency list in a constituency unless the scrutineers from both parties sign on, Jeffrey.
Yes.
That's the power and the structure of the EOJ.
But you know something, head boy.
So we
I think a lot of
speak from a position of information.
right.
Yeah.
But you know something, head boy. I think a lot of Jamaicans and social media are not being educated enough. And don't listen to me. I'm not saying people are not educated. What I am saying, they are not educated enough by who are presenting themselves.
Civic education. Civic education. You're referring to civics.
Right. Because
you're referring to basic civics.
Because if we had done our research who are presenting things to us on social media, that the EOJ has been in the office of the Prime Minister from ever since I know myself. Isn't that so, head boy?
Huh?
Isn't the EOJ in the office of the Prime Minister from ever since we know ourselves?
It's been there for admin. Well, when you put it that way, Jeffrey, I think that is the issue that people have. It is not in. I want people to understand it. It is not in. It sits under the portfolio of the office of the Prime Minister, but it is not in the office of the Prime Minister. For budgetary purposes, it must be placed somewhere, because remember now, EOJ can't just ask for money on them own. It has to come because the government of the day, because that is why the government of the day decides, well, we are going to the polls, so let's prepare the EOJ for the election. Both them and the opposition commissioner sign off and say, okay, this is our budget, we're going to submit it to the Ministry of Finance, and the allocation is made. So I understand. I understand some of the concern. And let me tell you what is happening, Jeffrey. People just want to get rid of this government. And they are quite perturbed and concerned because they know how corrupt these. I guess it speaks to a wider issue of corruption. People have come to see the level of corruption in Jamaica that they will believe that an institution like the EOJ will possibly be corrupted. And I think that is their fear. And one cannot dismiss that fear, but one can only dismiss that fear by allowing people to understand the EOJ cannot make any decisions without the commissioners signing off on it.
True.
Yeah. When they were cutting the bone, when they were creating the 3 new seats, DK Duncan was a commissioner at the EOJ and Comrade Wensfred Skeffrey, right? And they all signed off on East Central St. Catherine and Central St. James, and on the one that Wheatley, I think it's South St. Catherine, the one that Wheatley has. South Central St. Catherine. So the truth be told is there is no amount of tit for tat, jump up, skip, hop. The JLP cannot influence this election. The system is structured in such a way that the parties have their indoor agents. When you do the final tally, you know, I can have 167 ballots in my book and you have 110. Yeah? They must correlate. They must correlate. You can issue 150 ballots, but me have 160. So they must correlate.
Right.
So let's not even waste our time with that conversation. Where we need to look at today. Go ahead, Jeff.
We're standing by to join the press conference of the People's National Party. Somebody on social media is asking on the chat room here, head boy, Jeffrey, who will be the chairman of the IC? That's a very good question. We don't know. Head boy?
Based upon my information, it is alleged, and I'll say it, that Senator Ransford Braham, who, by the way, is the uncle of Damian Crawford, if a lot of you might not know, has resigned from the Senate in expectation that he would be sent to the Integrity Commission position. That it is alleged. We don't know how true it is. But if it were to be true, I can tell you that would lead some serious that would lead to some serious issues in the country. One of the qualifications of being integrity commissioner is that you must be on the voters. You must be a retired judge. Yeah. I don't know of Ransford Braham being a retired judge. You see what I'm saying? I don't know of him being a retired judge. So it would be highly suspicious.
So why does it say that he has to be? Is it the act of the Constitution that said that? Or the act of the IC? Head boy?
No, it's act of the commission, you know. Yes, I'm saying, Jeffrey, it's the act of it's the commission asked that that was how it was structured. Remember the drafter for the Integrity Commission Act was in fact Mark Golin when he was Minister of Justice. And so they required that it be somebody that would have served as a senior judge. Yeah. Because then they would be privy to.
Yes, we have some. I'm going to give you the FedEx traders trading for today, February 18th, 2025. The Jamaican dollar has lost 24 cents rather. The Jamaican dollar has lost 24 cents. Will open trading this morning, selling for an average of $158.44 against the US dollar. The Jamaican dollar has lost 10 cents and will open trading this morning, selling for an average of $111.96 against the Canadian dollar. And finally, the Jamaican dollar has gained $1.51. Will open trading this morning, selling for an average of $198.81 against the British pound sterling. The Jamaican dollar having a dollar wine all over the place.
Well, my good friend Audley said, because everybody know I don't make no apologies about it. Audley Shaw is a man of class. Yeah? If he were the JLP leader and Prime Minister of Jamaica, you'd not have had this nonsense occurring now. Yeah? And I can speak, as a man speak split justice. But Audley said it famously. We have a dollar wine, a dollar grind, and a dollar slide, a dollar wine, and a dollar grind. I am telling you now that we don't have we have those three things, but what we have is that the dollar is doing a dirty wine. Yeah? Because it is out of control, and it is out of control by design. Jeffrey, there are certain persons in Jamaica who bet on the dollar, you know.
And
because they have their investments outside of Jamaica in euros, British pound, Canadian, and USD, and they want to see the dollar slide because the purchasing power in Jamaica becomes more. So there are some people betting against the dollar, but also understood what has been happening with the dollar. It is the Jamaica Central Bank, the Bank of Jamaica, who has been propping up the dollar.
I want to read something here for you, head boy. Assistant Professor of Political Science, the University of West Indies, Dr. Donna Blake, says, Dennis Blake rather, says Opposition People's National Party need to present a clear plan for Jamaica's development if it intends to win the next general election. You're taking that?
Tell him. We used to say it again?
Dr. Blake.
Okay. Well, tell Dr. Blake, if in 2016, when Andrew Holness was campaigning, if he gave a clear plan except for the prosperity agenda, there was no clear plan. He made wild promises about sleeping with the door and windows open. The truth be told is that the PNP has presented some plans. You have seen it out of the real plan would be when the PNP publishes its manifesto. The truth be told is the PNP have been addressing some issues. For example, Mark Golding has spoke about what needs to happen in education. You have heard Damon Crawford. You have heard Dayton Campbell and agriculture. You have heard Philip Powell talking about looking at solar and removing some people from the grid who can't pay, but ensuring that they're able to benefit. You have heard from other persons in terms of the entertainment industry. You have heard from Wickham McNeil and what will happen in tourism, a new deal in tourism. So you have heard the thing with these guys, and let me tell you, the JLP is operating on a premise. They have no idea. Yes, they have been in government for 9 years. The PNP can do wild promises. I'm not saying they should, but they can do wild promises if they have. It is what these guys should be asking is, what is the reason for keeping the JLP? Not where is the PNP's plan, but what is the reason for keeping the JLP? Because half of what they promised from 2016 to now has not been fulfilled. Did you remember you couldn't sleep with the doors open? Did you remember impeachment for public officials? So if we go on and on, so you can always have a plan, but you never fulfill it. So this notion that they want to hear what is the PNP's plan. The PNP has been speaking about its plan every meeting. So when I'm going to meet with them, just talk. And I think that there are persons in the media, Jeffrey, who need to just hush, quite frankly, hush them out, because each time they speak, their biases are made apparent. But you have seen it, the PNP have spoken time immemorial. You didn't hear the comrade leader speak at the conference, what he intend to do.
Yes,
you have heard the spokespersons spoken about what they intend to do. So what else do they need? The problem with these people, and I'll tell you, Jeffrey, is that a lot of them are paid pawns by the JLP. The intellectuals in Jamaica now have been paid to become silent. In Portia time, everybody had mouth. Me say every week you could have hear somebody come tell you what is wrong and what should be done. Every single one of them. And I could call name from Eileen Davis White, from CAPE, Citizens Integrity for Action, and whatever, with Dennis Meadows and Christoph Dunn and others. A lot of them used to come out and tell you what need to be done. Lloyd Barnett and others. All of these. The only person right now in Jamaica who's really holding the government's feet to the fire is JAMP, Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal.
Yes, yeah? God bless our good friend Jeanette Calder.
Miss Calder, she's the only person I see. And let me tell you, they in no plain terms, there's a bunch of hypocrites that is operating in the academic community in Jamaica, because what has happened is that they have sold their soul for filthy liquor, for money. Some people get called, no worry, we sort out your mortgage. You have the loan over there, I will ask them to help you. Just relax yourself. Yeah.
But and that is why you hear this lady here who was speaking to Emily Crooks. Listen to this.
What What is the dream for the election that I want to hear from you before me go?
Which election? Sister, me not the funny. I time for everything now. Me not the funny. When me get to election.
Look like...
Sister, me not get no election. All you hear me the pan radio, the chat. Me never get none from them.
So you don't get any dream?
Me not in election. I got me the speak now because guess what? People they say drop dead, so me they repent and go to church back.
They repent? They me not think you did repent long time. Eh?
Me went take over politics and don't have time to send me to read my Bible every morning.
What a shame.
Because me they try to find something to compare the counter.
Oh.
Some people they get rent pay. Me living on a piece of work back and can't get water. Me go continue to chat about politics, sister. The blood and teeth against you.
Lord.
Me can't get water whole Christmas upon me pay dinner. Big me when we are 200 and had to be upon. Me mad? And if you continue to talk politics, sister, nobody with it.
That means
time for everything.
Andrew hole in this corner dark then.
Me not nice, sister. Me not go from me not no politics story with you. Me done with politics right now. Me not talking about politics. Me just suffer loose and nobody not give me nothing at all.
It is finished.
And they chat for radio and things so what. Me just suffer bad and nobody not help me.
Oh
things
dear.
Right. People they go collect pay and me not get nothing at all. Not even $1 me not get some hour.
But you working?
Me only but working on.
What kind of work you do?
What's the status about with the right now, yeah? About with the right now. Me know that right now. Just people they come by ya, then they get their house right there pay, so them people come every day contract. Not me. Me not get $1. Let me go close somewhere because church and politics don't work. Nobody in a politics needs to go on politics. Me come out right. It pay me God, they show me say me not get none from me top. Let me go see God face.
What a way me go. All of the politics will be added on to you.
What is wrong with you, mister?
What a way me step in the ants nest, yeah.
Send them one package, come give me.
Eh?
Never send them nothing, come give me.
Head boy, we're still standing by
You know
for
who
that
that
live
is?
press. Who is that?
That is Miss Lucy. So Miss Lucy is a prominent JLP supporter. Let me tell you, in 2020, during the elections, Emily Shields brought me on, and I know a lot of people are going to reveal myself now. I am who they call Fidel. Emily Shields had me on our program for a long time during the upcoming elections. Now, let me share with you, Lucy was a ardent supporter of the JLP. She hated Ian Neal's backside, pardon my expression. And she was supporting this girl named Tamika Davis, the lawyer. And she would come on Emily talking about how Tamika Davis is the best thing since sliced bread. And when I hear Miss Lucy say what she said, I say it is clear that Western Hanover is going to go back to the People's National Party. Jeffrey, you are talking about somebody who's greener than the word green. You know, she's a Boston anti-labor right now.
Because the way how she talk, you can really hear that.
She's hurt, and this is the sentiment.
Hold on, I want to start coming. Hold on a minute, please. Good morning, welcome to the Make Talk program. You're live. Where are you calling from, please?
Good morning, brother. Good morning, brother Jeffrey. Man from South in Jamaica. We're glad to hear you on the program this morning, man. Big up you and your team, head boy and all them.
Blessings, brother. Blessings.
And we waiting to hear the conference, the woman conference. We love woman, you know. That's why we say equal pay for woman. No bastard, no they again. And my brother, we don't throw the fire for our help at Jamaica. See the man them no have no shame. We can't believe say blood run through them the people vein. They're not looking at me.
But you know, Daddy, call. Let me say something to you.
Yeah.
We on social media who live in the Jamaican diaspora, both in the Caribbean and overseas, can do so much and no more. The people of our country, sir, they need to get up.
Man.
They need to get up and stand up and speak out. We alone can't do it.
You know where them come take mash up it too. I got church and I use the church pastor and them to help spread some ism, some condition. Brother, let me tell you, next month I'm 80. And me grieve to see me what me grand and great grand them might endure if we not turn up. Me no afraid to go out there this time. If me had two more like me dep on the street. Because you better you dead for something and dead for nothing.
True.
My brother, may God help you and the team and all of your blogger and hope the day will place out in a Jamaica system where at some time you people will recognize me that God be some of the city now with a Senate or Parliament, some committee. We need that to happen in this country. And a long time, as me say, and me have watched things in a Jamaica. Me grieve to know say church people and them are stupid this type of slackness. Where the God where we are worship, where the truth and we worship him with the spirit. You see, we thought all this year, my brother, be careful how you think. And the thinking of people have spoiled the whole world. My brother big on up all the while, and that's why me I listen. But when me hear you on the program, me say me have to call you this man and say big up. May God keep you, my brother. I want to continue to do the work, and I believe we are going to overcome. Have a good day. The rest of team members. Thank you, my brother, for listening.
All right, my friend. Thanks much. Head boy.
South Manchester. South Manchester.
All right, South Manchester. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Respect.
Yeah, man, respect. Head boy. Head boy.
Was that the man who told us that about? Yes, I'm here. Was that the man who told us about the potholes? No, I'm here with you, Jeffrey. Can you hear me? Check, Jeffrey.
Yes.
You can hear
him,
me?
same one. Yeah, I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me? Yeah, man, I'm hearing you.
Loud and clear.
All right, head boy. You continue talking to me. I want to make a call to Jamaica about this conference and come back. All right?
No problem.
You continue talking to me. Okay.
Yes, Jeffrey. So listeners, as I was pointing out earlier on about the wider bias that we're seeing happening in the media. So this call from certain persons about the PNP must publish its plan. I am of the view that the PNP has been speaking on its plans. So what else do they need the PNP to do? What else do they want from the PNP? Because the truth be told is that the PNP has been more, every conference you go, you listen to Dayton Campbell, agriculture. You listen to Damon Crawford, him speak about education. Him tell you what is his plans for education, about making sure that every household in Jamaica has access to a degree. When you listen to Philip Paulwell, he spoke about his plans for removing certain people from the grid who are unable to pay, so that those who are paying would not be having to pay, because 20% of Jamaicans are paying. 80% of Jamaicans are paying for 20% of Jamaicans not paying electricity. And the 80% cannot continue to pay for the 20% not paying. So the PNP has highlighted a lot of plans. It has talked about, Julian Robinson's plan talk about moving from a low growth, low tech to high paying jobs, meaning looking at sectors such as the coding and different areas. So when we look at this notion that the PNP does not have any plan, it is coming from persons who have their vehement bias. And what they want the PNP to do is to publish the plan, right? And Raymond also speaks a lot about housing as well. They want the PNP to publish the plan, and then they will take that to form their manifesto. But I'm standing with the PNP. You are not required to publish anything until you launch your manifesto, because your manifesto is going to be your contract with the people of Jamaica. There's no need for the publication of any idea until you have launched your manifesto. Let them go, because the difference with the PNP and the JLP is now, when we were going to school, we went to class. There's some of those who now sit in Southwestern St. Elizabeth, who was busy on campus partying. Yeah? And that is why they are complaining, because they're bankrupt for ideas. When you have a prime minister who accumulated 28 bank accounts during the period of the pandemic, it says to you that their business is not about the people's business. Isaac Buchanan speaks a lot on the justice issues. So does Donna Scott Matley. You have already even Colin Bell, who is in the shadow cabinet, that is speaking about the entertainment industry. So when you hear these guys come on and talk, the load of, as my granny would have said, the load of bullcrap, we know that it is politically motivated. They are what they want to see. And let me tell you something. It is not the academic persons in Jamaica who vote. By the way, 3/4 of them don't vote, and they would proudly tell you that they don't vote. It is the ordinary Jamaicans in Jamaica who vote. And if the people who typically vote are satisfied with what the PNP is saying, then the PNP don't need to change its position until they have published their manifesto. So if they want to hear what the PNP have to say, tell them to come to the People's National Party campaign rallies. They'll hear more or tune in and watch here and make we talk. Andre Stevens, Jamaica Hot Topic, all of the programs across the social media, Wayne Lonesome and others who would sometimes cover these programs. Yeah. So it is time that we look at moving away from this tribal nature of presenting the politics and just be real. We have an administration that has been in office for 9 years, and they can't show you their stewardship for 9 years, but they want the opposition to tell them what is going to be their stewardship for 5 years to come. What can go so? Nothing can go so. Well, let us look, because there's no way we can have this discussion without talking about the issues in Portmore. Yesterday, Jeffrey would have played the tape with Conrad O'Brien, in which the former EOJ director, Mr. Fisher, spoke, and as a former director of the elections and a citizen of Portmore, and you heard him talk in no uncertain terms that what the Ministry of Local Government is doing, and what the government is doing, is in terms of Portmore is not right. And he spoke about the fact that you cannot have boundary changes in the middle of an election. Now, why didn't this gentleman come talk about what is happening in Portmore? That is what he should have come out and talk about. What is happening in Portmore? Why is there the rush to take Portmore into parish status when you don't even give the people in Portmore a little mini hospital, when there's no proper fire station in Waterford? That fire station older than Methuselah, brother. There has been no proper fire station in Waterford. And the JLP has been in government for 9 years. Yeah, they now operate that constituency for over close to 5 years now, and there's no proper fire station in Waterford. So if there were to be incidences of major fire in Portmore, a truck would have to come from all the way from Trenchtown or all the way from over in St. Catherine. So we are saying that there is no issue. The PNP has no issue with Portmore becoming a parish status, but it has to be a decision that the people make. Yeah, and if the people are for the decision, then when the PNP is in office, it has to respect the will of the people. Remember that it was the PNP in 2003, 2002 leading up that helped form the Portmore Municipal Corporation.
Hold on there. Sorry, head boy.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Sorry there. Apparently, they're having some technical difficulties. Well, based on what I'm hearing, they're working on it. They're going to start anytime now.
Okay.
Based on what I'm hearing, they're trying to get something, a little technically glitch that they're having. But they're going to start anytime now.
It must be the Pegasus working.
Possibility, because BOJ TV is going to, well, apparently, I don't know, well, let me not go there. Yes, and they haven't started on BO yet either. So they're having some little technical glitch. So stand by with us. Don't move. Do not move. Stand by with us. Call in. Talk to us about what's your views on, the topic of the day. George Wright returning to the parliament, and also your views on Portmore becoming a parish. your views on Usain Bolt losing his money, call us and talk to us about anything you want to talk to us about. Head boy is here with us. Head boy, go ahead.
No, I was just, while you were there, I was just saying, it is so funny that these guys have their opinions, right? But they have never given any opinion on the nonsense that has been occurring for the 9 years. Yeah? When the Venezuelan government has declared a particular MP as somebody of interest to them, yeah, because of the way he presided over Petrojam. And you don't hear nobody in Jamaica talking about Petrojam no more. They brought Sloval, right? They brought they brought Flaval to the Ministry of Energy, and they brought Caroline Palmer, right, as PS to go to the Ministry of Energy. And what occurred at the Ministry of Energy? At the Ministry of Energy, we are nowhere near to know what happened in the Petrojam situation. And we're talking about millions and millions and millions of barrels of oil unaccounted for. And we can't know what happened. Yeah? So all this notion that everything is good and everything is hunky-dory, yeah, let these so-called pagans or patrons of justice, paragons of justice, who are now speaking and now asking the PNP what it is going to do, ask them what did they do when the Petrojam situation was around. What did they do when Nessal, when Lawrence Pommels was moving resources from Nessal, which is supposed to be, was formerly rural electrification program, to give country people live in the rural parts of Jamaica light? So when you talk about accountability, these guys have no accountability. What accountability are they referring to? What standard? What morality? It is they're a damn disgrace to the entire country. And as far as I am concerned, the JLP is a rogue organization, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it with no apology. This Jamaica Labour Party is a rogue organization, running on the basis that it's a political party. But over the years, over the 9-10 years, we have seen it has operated as a rogue entity, a law unto itself. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Oh Lord, the person hung up. There's somebody calling in the one. I do apologize. I was just trying to work on something else to get the feed up to us, but the person who was just calling can call us back. 954-529-8030.
Jeffrey, I want to say something controversial. And
Go ahead,
I'm
man.
afraid to be controversial. A man was killed in Patrick Bailey's house. The attorney of the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the business partner of Mr. Orlando Terry Long. Yes? Because Terry Long works in Patrick Bailey's office. That's a statement of fact. The shooting occurred in 2017. Yes?
Yes.
And the stabbing and whatever and the shooting. And to this day, we cannot get information as to who killed this man. Yeah? But let me tell you, a birdie pinched me, and it is alleged that it runs deeper than how it runs. And that is why there's certain persons still, because remember who the file is with, the director of public prosecutions.
Right.
She decides who get charged from who don't get charged.
Mm-hmm.
And this, so when they want to come with the nonsense.
Hold on for me, the call coming back in. Hold on for me. Good morning. Welcome to the Electoral program. You're live.
Morning, Mr. Tavarres. It's me, Brown Stew, once again.
Morning,
yes, sir.
morning.
How you doing?
Not bad, Just starting the day off,
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't remember all the topics of today,
Mm-hmm.
but I remember the one about this woman beater here.
George,
They
right.
allowed to come back in Parliament.
Yes.
This shows that the Jamaica Labour Party and everyone who celebrated him coming back into politics is in agreement with whatever he did. And this is how the Jamaican people is like what Junior Biles said, it's a walking dead. The politicians them beat the people them financially, mentally, physically, because the Jamaica police force is run by the JLP inside and out. This guy should have never been allowed back into parliament. Mad Cow, she should have never been allowed back into parliament.
You know, I agree in some sense, you know, but I know Westminster system, and I think Head Boy can back me up with this or correct me on it. Jamaica is run by a Westminster system in which if the people of a constituency elect you, they can't, the party can't get rid of you that as somebody, you know. In other words, they can't get rid of you that quick. Because you who is accused of beating somebody can go back out there and run as independent, and the people who voted for you voted as independent. Wrong on my right, Head Boy?
No, you're absolutely right. Remember, you know, the Constitution does not recognize political parties. What they recognize is members of the House. So that is why George Wright could have sat on the opposition side as a so-called independent member, which was also a joke, right? But it does not recognize parties. It recognizes members. With the Dalrymple situation, is a little bit different from George Wright, because what happened? She was, in fact, she stepped down, she walked away, but you all have to understand, you know, the JLP is in turmoil. Dalrymple woodwink Andrew Holness into running back. Let me say it so without any fear. The Audley Shaw branch and the Bruce Golden branch of the Labour Party said to Andrew, if you think you're bad, now make Dalrymple run back and see what happened to you. So he had no choice but to have a run back. And I keep on saying to people, with all the noise that you see the JLP making, they're having some serious internal wars.
Hold on a minute. I can address something here on the chat room from my good friend, in a sense, who helped me to be on radio, Sir Dudley Thompson.
Dudley's there. Bless you, Brother Dudley. Mm-hmm.
He asked the question. Let me go back for the question that Dudley asked. Hold on there. Dudley asked a question here. Why both the PNP and the JLP are so silent on JUT scandal of 80% of JUTC fare cannot be accountable for? I think Dudley, you need to ask the JLP, who had about 10 press conferences since the start of this month. And the people of the JLP says nothing about it.
80% of the fees cannot be accounted for?
Yeah, that's what is going on for true, yes.
No, but Jeffrey, let's be real. They take up this washover guy from over Portland. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Right? Who by the way don't have nothing more than a CXC. I don't even think him did pass beyond CXC. Yeah? Mm-hmm. But because of his father's notoriety, he was promoted through the ranks of the JLP, and obviously his political, his family ties. Now, the JUTC is having a problem that was created by this JLP administration, and let me say it so with no fear nor water in my mouth. When Garnet Roper was chairman of the JUTC, at the time Omar Davis was Minister of Transport. Garnet Roper's board with Colin Campbell, they had Radman Ali Lewin for interim, and then they brought on Colin Campbell. Did you know the JUTC started seeing a profit? You know why? The JLP has presided over the destruction of the JUTC. And it started when Montague and Mr. Hilton, who was the head of the Transport Authority, who, by the way, is Mr. Montague's personal friend and business partner, which that should have been a conflict of interest.
You mean this gentleman Hilton?
Hilton, who was heading up the Transport Authority that they sent home the other day.
He was Bobby's personal friend?
The man is from Portmark. The man is from St. Mary. The man is a business partner of Mr. Montague. Bobby could come, because Bobby know me from me pick me. Bobby could come tell the public if I am lying. You could ask anybody in St. Mary. They have a loan business together. Yes? This was what started under them. JUTC have routes that should be protected, right? Because they have the franchise license route for that. What Garnet Roper did was they protected the routes that were profitable for the JUTC. Yes? So it meant that those profitable routes, Constant Spring Road, all of those profitable routes, Portmore routes and those things, they didn't issue road license there. The Transport Authority took a decision that would not issue road license for these routes. When Montague became Transport Minister, after then kick him out of National Security, he and Hilton concocted a deal which saw to the rise in the selling of Transport Authority route license for routes that were already owned by the JUTC. So they have presided over the death of the JUTC. It was by design. And these route licenses were being sold for more than they actually were valued.
Well, let me ask you this question. We have this caller?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes to wrap up your call. Go ahead.
So yes, as far as credibility in the JLP, no one in the JLP has the authority at this point. Well, ever since this man fined with 28 bank account, there is no room for them to talk about Isaac. We cannot. There is no room for people that go by the name of Chopper to run them mouth and talk about people don't have no credibility. They don't have no room to talk. As far as the JUTC program go, it need a complete update.
You know something? And people not vexing me this morning. I think the two political parties has used JUTC over the years to put their friends and family and whatever in there when election is won. Especially this party here has presided over the JUTC with a level of corruption and cronyism within the JUTC is unbelievable. And by the way, as we talk about JUTC, I want the Jamaican people to understand something here. What Daryl Vaz is doing is sending JUTC all over the country. According to them, poor people need bus. It is just an election gimmick. After election is over, that is done. Do not be fooled by them using JUTC all over the country. JUTC need to fix Kingston and St. Andrew before they can go all over the country. Head boy, am I wrong, am I right?
No, you're absolutely right. And by the way, there is legal implications at what Daryl Vaz is doing. By the way, I'm not going to oppose poor people, children getting access to going on a bus. I will never do that, Jeffrey. I can never do it. I'm from the bowels of poverty. I will never do it. However, if you're going to do something, do it right. The JUTC is called JUTC for one reason. It's called the Jamaica Urban Transit Bus Company. What would we consider urban areas in Kingston? We consider Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Portmore, yes, and possibly Old Harbour, yes. If you're going to bring these buses into the rural areas, let's use a parish like Portland, where business, because they don't respect taximen and busmen in these parishes are businessmen. They have come to you, they have paid for a route license with the expectation that they will be protected on their routes. And when you bring the state entity to come and compete with private interests, which is the small operators, by the way, which these people, they are the ones who keep the gas station going. Yeah. The corner shops with the food, they buy the cooked food from the people on the road. And when you affect their income, what are you doing to the ecosystems in some of these local communities? So I am with you, Jeffrey, but where I may take my point of departure, and you are right in saying that most of the you see, the JUTC was
You're
being
leaving us now?
transformed. Huh?
You're leaving to go?
No, I said where I take my leave of departure in terms of the view. My view with you is that the JUTC sees turnaround, right? Started in 2012. I'm telling you, I was at school and I used to see the board meeting. Remember now them Belgium buses, them yellow buses you see now, right? That was negotiated. Most of those buses were brought in under 2012. The JUTC brought in a revenue protection officer, which was by the name of Radcliffe Lewis, to ensure that no stealing was happening with the gas and different things. Yeah. So
That's a laugh.
no, I'm just saying there were attempts at the time, right, to to push to kind of correct the issues where JUTC was concerned. He was making a profit. JUTC was going on private trips. A lot of the families were renting JUTC buses for them family reunions, and they would travel down to Ocherius because the highway was there. If you see what I'm saying, Jeffrey, so I'm saying,
Yes.
and I'm not excusing the PNP because the JUTC has been used as a political um place where you fling people by all parties, and I'm in agreement with you with that. A matter of fact, I was offered a position at the JUTC, and I told the then minister who offered me the position under this administration that why I want to send me in the belly of the beast to go dead. Yeah. So I will never take a position at the JUTC because I believe of how political it is. It's one of the most politically run entities in Jamaica. Yeah. So I'm with you that we need to clean up the politics. But in terms of the revenue side, there was an attempt. Remember, there was the lane situation in Portmore. The
Yes.
JUTC took over a lane because they had the right to be in the lane. The court ruled that they were in their right to have the lane assigned to them because there should be a bus lane. Yeah. And that saw revenue soaring into the JUTC. It was running on time. So what has happened with Darrell, with the Ministry of Transport and JUTC occurred with Montague. And I'll say it again with no apologies. And Darrell is presiding. And what the JLP is doing is trying to kill the JUTC. Because when the PNP comes, what they're going to say is the JUTC is so indebted, we might have to disband it. Also, remember who is the Minister of Transport, Shadow Minister of Transport, Michael Phillips. Who was the
Yes.
founder for the JUTC? It was Peter
Peter Phillips.
Phillips.
Yes.
So they're trying to preside over the debt of the JUTC, hoping that when Michael comes, Michael will have to bury an idea of his father. But I can tell them this: if we have to pull the money from the sky to keep the JUTC alive, so that the old woman down in Augustown, the old lady up in Lawrence Tavern, where the only bus she can afford to take is the JUTC to go to market, go buy her little provisions, she will not be denied that right. The children in Kingston and St. Andrew and in Portmore will have that right. And I can speak from where I speak because I'm very close on this issue where the opposition shadow spokesperson and transport is concerned. We will be pushing for the livelihood of the JUTC and other entities, including the Airports Authority and also Port Security Corps, which falls under the Ministry of Transport. These entities are being killed by the JLP.
But I'm going to answer a question that my good friend Dudley Thompson put in the chat room a while ago. That Darrell Vaz said that in the parliament that JUTC, or 80% of JUTC revenue is unaccountable for in the presence of Mark Golding and Michael Phillips. And they said nothing. Dudley, I think our nation is at a crossroad right now where when you listen to what is being said in the parliament, I think the parliament of Jamaica is becoming a joke. It's becoming a joke. And Yes, Mr. Golden should have said something, and yes, Mr. Phillips should have said something. But the fact of the matter is, you hear nothing. Not a word has been said. Hold on, how about that call coming in? Good morning, welcome to the Make We Talk program. You're live.
Good morning, Mr. Jeffrey.
Good morning, Pennsylvania. How are you doing?
I am the one from Philadelphia.
Oh, Philadelphia. How are you doing, Philadelphia?
I'm okay. I can't get to you these days. You're so busy.
Oh, you busy?
You? You're the busy one.
No, man. Are you busy, man? Because I call you for the hug pussy.
Anyway, let me give you my little piece for today. I'm going to ask a few questions.
Go ahead. Head boys, here, I'm here so we can answer you.
What do we expect? Gone are the days when people going into position, people would interview them, background and everything, before they could accept that position. Nowadays, it's just scrape and throw in, scrape and put in. Nobody have any experience. The experience is so low that when they go in to get the job, they cannot manage it. They don't know what to do. So we end up with a society of dunce. You understand me? This, look at what is happening today. Everything happened. You have nobody saying anything, nobody talking. You can't go to anybody. What is happening?
The center cannot hold my mayor and occupy the land.
We are not running a decent country. We are running a country with all sorts of things coming up daily. What did them think the world is watching? What are they thinking the world saying about us?
Jamaica is becoming a banana republic, ma'am.
It is not becoming, it is. It is. When you have a prime minister, he said that he's a prime minister is to run the country. And something happened and the prime minister mouth lock. He cannot say nothing. He has nothing to say. Before he think of talking, he put a gag order to the people, them mouth, so everybody mouth shut.
Them is a bunch of idiot. Nobody can put no gag order to my mouth. I'm not living in China or Russia.
That is what's happening right now, Mr. They are in a shamble. They don't know what to do.
You know something to call her? I think our nation, in the how many years of existence in Jamaica, and Jamaica is now how much year old? 60 year old. In all Jamaica's 60 years of independence, we have never seen such level of corruption and cronyism. We have never seen such level of dictatorship like what we're seeing in our country now, ma'am.
And nobody cares.
And there you go. Nobody cares. And the people of our country, before they stand up and speak out and demonstrate and do what they want to do, what they do is to go on Black Road over notorious Dan. And Dan has been gunned down by the police. They go on Black Road over that because that is their priority. 62 years old. Thank you, Sandra. 62 years old.
Yeah. So you find out that the country is running to wreck. And if we do not stand up, we will never have a country again. We will never have a country. We have to get up and go out there. Sorry, I'm not living in Jamaica because maybe they would kill me because I'm not afraid of nobody.
You don't afraid of no boy, no girl, no way?
Nobody at all. I am not afraid to speak the truth. And if I die for the truth, I know I'm okay.
Yes.
My God, it's a disgrace. Look what they do with Bolt. My God.
And you hear nothing. And you hear nothing from the government of this country.
Nothing. The Prime Minister have nothing to say. He have nothing. He is a part of it. And that's why I keep so silent. Silent means consent. And I want somebody to get up and pour me to the last, I could get we hanging by tongue.
Head boy.
Mr. Jeffrey, I'm so upset. I'm so mad. Because in Jamaica that I know, I am not seeing it anymore. It's like it disappeared.
For those, hold on for me, caller. For those who are just joining us from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, we are still standing by for a press conference from the People's National Party. Read the return of George Wright. The presenters of the press conference will be Patricia, Duncan, Sutherland, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, Denise Daley, Senator Gabriela Morris, and Nekeisha Burchell. We're still waiting on a live press conference. It's supposed to begin from 10 o'clock. I don't know it's not start yet, but we're still waiting to see if they're going to have the press conference. And the topic of the press conference is addressing the return of George Wright as JLP caretaker for Central Westmoreland. He was seen in a viral video beating a woman. And I know he has not denied nor admit. But I can tell you one thing. If it was a local dirty foot chose his boy from below Crossroad or in the country areas of Jamaica, the police don't lock him up long time and beat him too. Go ahead for me, caller.
Look at that, Mr. Jeffrey. A man in the street beating a woman with a stool. And we accept that man in the government. That to show you that they have no substance. They have no substance. They're not thinking. They don't care.
It's not think
because
it's not think they're thinking. It's not think they're not thinking. They just don't give a damn about the Jamaican people.
Right. And because they don't have any, they don't have anybody else. That's why they pick up all those rubbish and throw them in the parliament as if everything is okay. It's the truth, Mr. Jeffrey, because I am so mad. I am afraid to come to Jamaica because I'm afraid to tell people that I'm a Jamaican anymore.
Well, I'm not afraid to tell anybody that, what I know so far is that, as what Raymond Price said last night on the program, Head Boy, that when you go to Reagan International Airport, JFK, Heathrow, and you walk out through the door and say, yes, that's a Jamaican Prime Minister. Nowadays, oh God Almighty, help us. That's the corruption that is going on in Jamaica. Just come through the airport.
No, what they're thinking that is Jamaica alone hearing, but it is all over the world. What's happening in Jamaica is all over the world. So they don't stay there and believe it's Jamaica alone hearing or seeing. Mr. Jeffrey, have a good day.
Same to you, ma'am. Same to you. Our nation is in crisis. Thank you for calling in.
Big crisis.
All right, my dear. Thank you.
Okay.
This is Make We Talk Breaking.
Commuters are left stranded on Tuesday after several employees of the Jamaica Urban Transport Company withdraw their services. Drivers at the Rockport, Portmore, and Spanish Town depots has withdrawn their services from the JUTC. That is what is just coming into our news center here. That drivers at the Portmore, Rockport, and Spanish Town depots has withdrawn their services, and actually they're calling on the university and other workers union to come on in. I wonder if I can get a comment from Granville Valentine. Why do you think, Head Boy? Head Boy, you there with us?
I'm here with you. I'm not certain, Jeffrey, but we would have to determine. I'm not certain if you can get a comment from him, but I'm saying that this situation with the drivers withdrawing from the job, it's been something ongoing, Yeah. But remember, we have we have a minister of transportation who does not respect people. His tone, just the way when him speak alone, yeah, he speaks in a disrespectful way to people. And
don't you know if you're
this,
frightened?
well, me not frightened for Darrell, you know. I could say so anywhere. And I'm waiting to campaign against him and his wife in Portland. Yeah, so that he can go to see me. But the truth be told is this, that this nonsense, we having too much issues, and every minute the JUTC is asking for money from the government. So it cannot be. What the hell is happening at JUTC that they can't pay the workers and they can't deal with the grievances that the workers had? There was no protest during the reign of the PNP in 2012, to 2016 at the JUTC. A matter of fact, the JUTC workers were getting a little bump in salary because JUTC was doing well. I keep on saying this. The problem we have is we have for the last two ministers of transport. One had to resign from the Ministry of National Security and then resign from transport with no explanation because a file come from America which said what it said about him, and they had to remove him from the cabinet. Oh, can you have a chairman of a party can't be in the cabinet? Me never hear that yet. That's one.
Hold on for me. This person, Jamaica 87. Normally, I don't listen to you people. I'm gonna come in the chat room. I'm gonna chat on the chat because freedom of speech. What if Mr. Michael Phillips beat his wife or whatever he want to do? That's none of my business. I never see a viral video of Mr. Michael Phillips beating his wife. What I saw was a viral video of a Jamaican parliamentarian beating somebody. I never see a viral video of Michael Phillips with a stool beating somebody. We, the Jamaican people, saw a viral video of what they said it was Mr. George Wright beating a woman. And not a damn thing has been done about it. So don't come over here and talk about Michael Phillips. We never see a video with Michael Phillips beating his wife. We were told that he was beating his wife. And he went to the court. We never see a viral video of it. So don't come on this platform and talk about this and talk about that. We must have common sense, man. We're standing by for this live press conference if it does happen. And I'm being told it's going to happen, so I don't know what's going on. We're just waiting on them for it to start. Head boy, when you look at Jamaica now, as you and I are the same age, where do you see this country going?
Jeffrey, let me tell you something. When you have anomalies, right? You have in history there are persons who have come along who they're not the normal. Yeah? They're not the normal. They're abnormal. I think that we have presided over with all you want to say about Bruce Golding. Some of what we're seeing now could not have occurred under Bruce Golding. And that's one. So the country and could not have occurred under Portia. The country has the potential to grow. What we have to stem out of our practice of politics in Jamaica is this love for corruption. There are those who come to politics believing that it is supposed to feed them, yeah, because them deliver half them life and not make no money. So them see politics as making no money. We have to remove that from the mindset of our young people who potentially form the pool of the politics. That is why Moti Perkins used to call Huey the intellectual ghetto, and they were not happy when he would say so. But it was in fact because most of whom now in the JLP were recruited on the Huey campus. The thief them, let me say so, I'm not afraid. A lot of those who have been caught in scandals were students at the Huey with such man. Yeah? And so we have to now look at ensuring that the pool we pick from as potential politicians, we know who they are. We know we have background checks on them. We understand what they're getting involved in. Because if you know some man not clean, why you want to put him forward? And that is why I want to respect the PNP, because the PNP really is the only party that is vetting its candidates. The JLP is scraping up any black dog from the road. And look what happened in St. Thomas. When you have a day when a man like Shoeshine can be mayor, Lord help us. The man can't even frame 2 sentences properly.
But now you talk about that, head boy. Are you aware of a well-known JLP politician who was a quarry in St. Thomas, where the mall is not fit by the Bureau of Standard, but he's being paid to drop mall on the roadways in St. Thomas? That's why the road's sinking. Are you aware of it?
I don't call nobody name. One thing I know, Jeffrey, is that them can't come for you because them can't travel. But
hold on for me, head boy. Hold on for me. 876 87 whatever your name. Jamaica 87.
Block him.
Hold on for me, head boy. Hold on. If you wishes to speak about the issue that you raise, call the program 954-529-8030. If you wishes to speak about it, then call the program. You said they can back it up. What we are saying on this program here, I am not saying that Michael Phillips may have beat his wife. I don't know him beating his wife. I can't prove it. He was charged. We have never seen a video of him beating his wife. What we have seen is a video of a man who was beating his wife, beating a woman. And they said it was George Wright. The police did not charge Mr. Wright. The police, if they said that Mr. Phillips beat his wife, he was charged and bring before the court. Totally different thing. Get the hell off of this program now because you're not calling the program. Have a good day. Have a good day.
Those are what you consider as solid waste of time,
Go ahead for me.
So you don't waste your time with solid waste of time. Because their job, and I can say it without any fear, there are persons in both the diaspora and in certain places in Jamaica that are being paid by the JLP to become paid trolls, to go where truth is being spoken and to come present lies. But one thing my granny always tell me, truth always conquer. Yeah? We are not here trying to make the JLP look as if it is the worst organization in the world. The JLP is doing that. We don't have to do that for them, So if there are persons who think that we have to do it, then it is there will be the JLP has already dug its own grave.
True.
We don't have to dig the grave for the JLP. So I am not going to be perturbed by anyone. Yeah? I am not going to be perturbed.
We're still standing by for a live press conference from the People's National Party. I don't know what's going on. I think they're having some, or maybe they're trying to figure out something else, eh? You head, boy?
Well, I don't know where they are with in terms of the conference, but the press conference. I don't know if it might be. I tell you now, the Pegasus is at work. Yeah. Believe it or not, the Pegasus is at work. Yeah. So when we come here, gentlemen, and ladies, listeners, viewers, when we come here, I don't come here to talk no nonsense and no hearsay and no she say. Because I've never had to withdraw a statement that I've made on any program that I've gone. Never had to take it back. Never had to take it back. So, the truth be told is, let's see if they come around. But Jeffrey, I want to move to another point quickly that I saw that is really worrying me.
Go ahead.
And nobody's making any noise about this matter. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security had an internal report, which showed an internal audit, which showed that there were a lot of breaches occurring there, both at the NIS and both at the internal aspect of the ministry, with close family members.
When did you see the audit?
Well, not the audit, but they had their audit, but they published just the newspaper, the Gleaner published the report.
Can you get it from me? Because I have been speaking about this some long time ago. When what newspaper came out in?
Let me look.
What day?
In the Gleaner, I can find it for you, no problem. You know, that's just a fingertip away. Please. Right? That's just a fingertip away. So the report spoke to individuals in the Ministry of Labor that were closely connected to persons who were receiving allotments or receiving allocations that they were not even that they were overqualified for. So you take up building material and I get to somebody who already have a house that don't need repairs.
Just have mercy.
Yeah.
My Lord.
And this is by the infamous Pernell Charles, you know.
The junior or the senior?
Well, no, the senior is out of politics. We know the senior's history. He has a history of grabbing, so I guess the junior is trying to keep up with him.
You mean grabbing? You mean grabbing what Donald said that he can grab them by the what? That's what you mean?
No, grabbing land, land. Nobody going to sue me. Grabbing land.
Oh God. The numbers to call is 954-529-8030. It's an open mic day today. 954-529-8037. Sorry, 8030. Sorry, 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. Call in and talk to us about anything. What's troubling you? 954-529-8030 is also a WhatsApp number. You can call straight, you can call via WhatsApp. We're standing by from about 10 o'clock this morning to join a press conference from the halls of the People's National Party. They're going to speak about the return of Mr. George Wright. And the presenters of this press conference is Mistress Patricia Duncan Sutherland, President of the People's National Party Women's Movement, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, Chairwoman of the People's National Party, Miss Denise Daley, Shadow Minister of Gender and Disability, Gabriela Morris, President of the People's National Party Youth Movement, and Nekeisha Burchell. She is the Information and Public Communication Shadow Minister. What happened to this now? Oh Lord, the person hung up. 954-529-8030. Good morning, Miss P. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Yeah, me there, man. Me there work at East Locale. Me tell you something. You know what bother me? George Davis.
George who?
Cry foul. Davis. The one nationwide.
Hold on for me, Miss P. No calling over. Just send the other people from over there, so do not call anyone over here.
All right. Him come down and cry, and I say, wait, but more of it make him know, say, both mother and father conceive him like 99% away. And both grow up using foot, God given talent and making money. And the whole of them bad mind him. And when they talk, they want to flip their road. And when people talk, they come mix up and cry for. How him would have feel if Bolt was his son and him a whole father? And him picnic come from nothing to something and they rob him. Right? And one of them a flip and a flap. But more, we have news for them. The more they open their mouth, and the deeper Jamaica people hate them. The more they look under, the more you then chat, them get me hungry, miserable, and everything. Because we are say, it could have been we. Because Bull come from the powers of a poor parentage. Right? And Mr. Andrew Wallace, me I ask the people bad mind. One if you know the definition of bad mind.
I don't think he
know if we
knows
use words. I don't know if we use words. When you other people use, sir, right, Honorable Prime Minister, anybody bad mind are you? If one of them bad mind would stand up and make see that young man get back his money. But any bad mind in there, you and your crony them.
Yes.
God not sleep.
All right, Miss B.
It don't work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mekotar program. You're live. Good morning. Hello? 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 The number to call is 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. You can call into the program and speak to us about anything. Head boy. They said Pegasus Spy, we're doing a thing. They said Pegasus Spy, we're doing a thing black in the PNP conference. Press conference. I don't know what's going on. I've been trying to get a hold of some people. One told me they're going to start anytime soon. Anytime soon gone long time. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to the Mekotar program. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. Yes, sir. How can we help you?
This is Richie.
Roydell who?
This is Richie.
Richie, yes, sir. Go ahead. How can we help you?
I'm just saying hello to you.
Saying hello to me?
Yeah. Time out, man. Time out, Richie. Remember?
You're live on air, you know, sir.
Okay. We talk, Jeffrey. All right, later.
I don't know who he is.
Good. Roydell who?
I don't know who the person is. Good morning. Welcome to the Mekotar program. You're live.
Good morning. I'm calling from St. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am. What's going on in St. Thomas? Talk to us.
I would like to talk about the Prime Minister.
Yes, the greatest Prime Minister in Jamaican history.
It is the worst Prime Minister I ever seen. I am 70 March coming, and this is the worst Prime Minister I've ever seen. What I want to talk about, Mr. Olis coming talking about people bad mining. Bad mining for what? What has he done for Jamaica that Jamaican people bad mining?
What he have?
The 28 bank account?
Yes.
The road that they fixed in St. Thomas. Right now it have to be digging up over because of pure, you don't know what end up on the road. Pure foolishness.
It look like But may I ask you a question, ma'am? You say you're 70 something year old, eh?
I'm 70 March coming.
You're 70. Did you hear any rumor going around up there that somebody own one mile quarry and the mile not fit to go up on the road and for them quarry then they use?
The mayor of St. Thomas.
Mama, me never call no name. Hey.
Me can't call name because my back broad.
Do not call no name over here. So hold on, let me ask you a question now. Isn't he the greatest mayor that Morant may ever see?
Yeah, man, can't even speak.
Lord Jesus, have mercy, dear God. Head boy, and I hear you.
Hey, when he can't read, he can feel bad, so somebody have to read for him.
Yeah, no, Jesus.
You remember when you used to go to school? And you know that student in the class, everybody know that student can't read. So everybody's waiting on his turn to read. Yeah? I think Shoeshine is a significant you know what hurt me in all of this and my disappointment with the people of St. Thomas, Eastern particularly. They know Shoeshine. They know the character that he is. Yeah? There's a lot of things in his past that are swirled around about him that I will not comment here. Yeah? And the other one that is over in Western St. Thomas, the one that ran in the, what's that division called? Right? Outside of the Yellas, the division next door Yellas, right? And he the one who Dean Jones, right? I wonder if people know it is alleged that Dean Jones is a deportee from the United Kingdom.
But you hear you again. What's going on in this country, Father God?
Well, so we have a MP over here.
Caller, tell me something now.
Yeah.
They said the road them mash up. What about water? You are getting water up there?
Yeah, we have water. We have water.
So prosperity reaching you all?
We are no prosperity. We have water all the while.
Okay.
But we have an MP here. The only time where you see him have an election.
What the MP name?
And the only thing, James.
James.
The only thing James do at St. Thomas is make coffee, make grave. Because pure killing in going with.
Lord Jesus.
Pure dopey make.
So why they keep on
that a pure legacy.
So
well, you know where I going this time, you know. Me not thinking I go get through this time, you know. Because by the hook or the cook, we have to get him out. We're tired of them. Dean Jones, Andrew Holness, Delroy Chuck, the Minister of Security, the whole of them to go away. Because the Minister of Security, all him do is sleep, he can't even go nowhere. The Minister of Security, you can't even left Jamaica.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me put that these are the views of the views expressed here of the caller.
Yes.
It's not the views of Make We Talk with Jeffrey. It is the views of the caller.
Let me do that. Let me do that now. The views expressed on this program is not necessarily the views of the Make We Talk program, the host, or the producers of the Make We Talk program. These views are the views of the callers. Yes, caller.
All the one will come out when you're Morgan. In Shibu, you send in favor them big old bullfrog.
But here, no, Jesus.
I come out and contact about me as Sabia and Dayton Campbell to resign. Resign to what? Why then do to resign?
So caller, like why have you engaged now? You believe, because I remember the last person to run that seat and run it close was the guy in 2011, no correct? 2011. No, 2006. 2011, he lost by over under 200 and something.
Hold on for me, head boy. Hold on for me, head boy. Caller, you have your TV or your radio on in the background?
Yeah, the TV on.
Turn it off for me, darling. It's affecting me right here in the studio. I can hardly hear you.
Okay, I turn it off.
Okay, go ahead now, head boy. Ask her the question now.
Right. So the guy, his name was what was his name again? He was in the trucking business. I forget his name, you know. How can I forget him? Right? But he had performed very well. And in 2016, it was believed that James Robertson lost that seat, you know.
Yes, that thief with. Then throw a whole power back in a Johnson River.
Yeah. You know what river, man?
There was a view.
The river going to Seaport, coming from Seaport. The river out of Maran. At the bridge there, so. And they didn't throw the box. I'm about 5 bucks.
So I am not surprised that this seat will come back to the PNP. And the former mayor now running down there. The short boss, they call him.
Yes.
Right?
Williams.
I can tell you.
Hubert Williams.
Hubert Williams.
Yeah, he's going up
he's
against
going to do
Jim.
some serious. Yeah, man. I believe, but the people of Yallas and up in the mountains, where they call up there, other division.
All right, let me tell you something now. You see, if Mr. Williams get the vote from Seaford come down, from the hills come down, we all right. The only place where James have a good run is Yalas. Yalas and Seaford. But if we get to win him, if we win him at Seaford, in Duncan.
Right, and I expect Hubert to win C4 because he's the counsel for the White Horses division.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Williams is up in the hill working.
Working.
Yes, because we had that presence up in the hills. What they call up there with that plant coffee?
You have Seaford, you have York, you have Somerset, you have Trinityville, and you have go way back to Johnson Mountain.
Those areas tend to and then places. Right, Ugly Gap. I know James is strong in Ugly Gap because him go. Remember that's where James's mother is from, the hills, you know.
Well, you know that popular up there again. I'll up at Seaford, you can go up there.
Why can't go up there?
Well, wow.
Why the thing the other day go up there and then Black Road panel.
Oh Lord.
And then they shoot up time one time up there.
Wow.
All right, caller. Thank you for
and then they, okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Hold on for me. So what you think about the election, if the general election should call, if when the man put on in Clarks and call the general election, you think the PNP gonna sweep the whole of St. Thomas or the JLP not take it back over?
I feel PNP going to take it back. Because Russia, Michelle Charles can beat Russia. Russia tear all in bottom give people so nobody know nothing with him.
Russia do what?
No Russia, Michelle Charles. Tear all in bottom give people so they go to him attack to him about something. He come out and carry and tear in bottom give them.
Somebody couldn't keep carrying there.
I should have had me. I would have fast me foot tonight.
No, but it's not good. It's not good for you to fast for things like those, you know.
Let me tell you something. So you see me as a PNP, if Labour right to give out work, me no want it, because me no want nothing from them. Because at the end of the day, when the day me ban, me ban as a PNP.
Hold on for me, ma'am. Hold on for me. You could have been my grandmother. Hold on for me. The work that I'm giving out is not JLP work, you know. It's the people.
I know,
but yes, but you must be Jamaica first, then whatever after.
Yeah, the reason why I say wouldn't take it. You see, if them come round we and do road work and then know you are PNP, that you are PNP, then leave and go over the other side. Then say they not clean the soccer PNP yard. So the Labour right then run. So therefore, me nobody mix with them. But when me used to give out work as a PNP when me was living in White Horses, me give PNP work and me give Labour right work. If me I give out 20, so give 20 somebody, me give 10 Labour right, 10 PNP.
Well, madam, that's the problem with the PNP. The PNP plays nice, but when the JLP is running, not even a dog. Once the dog even say, I've always seen it.
Even the work on the road where they give out. If they know say the person them a PNP, then I give them, and if they start work and then find out so them a PNP, then fire them. And it shouldn't be so, because everybody a pay tax.
Absolutely. All right, caller. All the best.
Anyway, have a nice day.
Thank you very much, caller.
I call you again.
Of course.
Okay.
And go out and bring one more voter with you to vote.
Well, me have 4 sons and the 4 of them have to vote for PNP.
Why?
Because he say from my last son, the first time in travel to foreign, a PNP making travel to foreign.
Oh, PNP making travel to foreign.
And him said,
How them making travel to foreign? And them give him the visa?
Them give him the card.
What
farm
kind of
work
card
yard.
them give him? The farm work yard?
One farm work yard.
Oh. So that's why you say
when he was going to school, they would have a counselor in Dino named Derek Clark. Derek Clark used to pay all in school fees him and them there.
Oh. So that's why
I don't, madam.
Him just like the party because the PNP party and Labour Right Party are two different parties, and he study them and see how them work.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right.
All right, my dear.
All right.
Thanks for calling.
Okay. Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Head boy, I don't know what's going on. Head boy, continue talking for me. I can find out something more again because
I am checking to and I'm not seeing anything.
There's nothing, there's no live conference going on at all. All we're seeing is standby.
I'm on BOJ as I speak right now, and there's nothing there.
BOJ saying standby too.
Yes, and there's nothing. So let us proceed. If they come, they come. If they come, they come.
Right.
The most important thing is I want people. I want to hear a little bit more from the callers. I don't want to hog up the mic. Yeah?
Right.
True. My name is not Idamin, you know. You see, when Idamin get the mic, he like to talk, you know, because that's the only you can know man who can talk at them yard, you know. Yeah.
True.
When them get the chance to come out the road, go right there. No problem.
The numbers are 954-529-8030. That's the number to call into the Make We Talk program. I don't know if this person's going to answer, but good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. You're calling?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
Big up yourself, Ed boy.
Blessings, brother.
Yes,
blessings.
Man, big up yourself, Ed boy. I always been listening, man. Yes. Yes, sir. The Labour Right Party, them man, them a wicked set of people, them man. Why them bring back the lady down in South Chilani, and then bring back Mr. Wright from down in Westmoreland? Why these people? I teach the youth them. Mr. Jeffrey.
Let me say something to you. With the two persons under the Westminster system, they were elected by the people. There's nothing. Hold on for me, sir. There is nothing that they can do, because they can say, okay, they're gonna run independent and still come back in the parliament. There's no laws in Jamaica. There's no laws in Jamaica on our constitution stating that, you know, X, U, Y, Z. The constitution don't speak about the political party at all.
Yeah, okay. But I want to tell you, but the Prime Minister is the one to go around and tell people say it's popular demand. They want about the people, but it's not that. It's just them trying. They're stunned to bring back the people them like that, sir. But
hold on.
By right, them shouldn't bring them back.
No, but hold on there, sir. Forget about the Prime Minister says. Yes. If the people did not want her back, sir, would they go out there and vote? Although she never get to vote.
But you remember, it's all about curry goat and white rice, you know, Mr. Jeffrey.
Okay.
So people them go for it, you know. It's not what them say, you know. You understand, Mr. Jeff?
I hearing you.
There's too much corruption, man. Too much corruption going on in this. And the young people, they must go this time and vote, man. Vote and make them voice be heard, man, and stuff like that. You understand?
Yes.
Don't sit back and relax. Everyone will have a vote, whether you want to vote for that party or the next party, but they need to go out and vote. You get what I'm saying, Mr. Jeffrey? Yeah.
True. All right, caller. Thanks for calling in.
All right. Yes. All right. Thank you, Mr. Jeff. All right.
Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. You're live.
Hello, Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes,
good afternoon. Yeah, I just want to illustrate certain point. Good afternoon, head boy. Hello?
Oh,
Good
hold on for me.
morning.
Hold on for
Good
me.
morning, ladies and gentlemen of the media,
Hold on for me.
to my colleagues and fellow Jamaicans,
Sorry.
to those who have
Good
joined us
afternoon,
on
brother. Good
Facebook,
afternoon.
Instagram, and TikTok. Thank
Hold
you
on
for
for
joining
me.
us at the People's National Party.
Let me get this over
Today,
here. Hold on for me.
we
Sorry.
gather not only as representatives of the People's National Party, but as Jamaicans, as Jamaican women who refuse to accept the normalization of violence against women in this country. We refuse to accept the erosion of integrity and the blatant disregard for the
Hold on
principles
for me.
of accountability. The reinstatement of George Wright to the Jamaica Labour Party.
Hold on for me, please. Let me get this out of here. One moment, please.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the media, to my colleagues and fellow Jamaicans, to those who have joined us on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us at the People's National Party. Today, we gather not only as representatives of the People's National Party, but as Jamaicans, as Jamaican women who refuse to accept the normalization of violence against women in this country. We refuse to accept the erosion of integrity and the blatant disregard for the principles of accountability. The reinstatement of George Wright to the Jamaica Labour Party is not just an insult to women of this country. It is a declaration by the Jamaica Labour Party that politics matters more than justice and morality. It is a betrayal of every woman who has suffered in silence, to every survivor who was told that their pain doesn't matter, and to every little girl who is watching and learning what our country, what our government is willing to tolerate in the name of politics. The JLP didn't truly dismiss George Wright. They distanced themselves just long enough to weather the storm, only to now welcome him back as though he has been washed whiter than snow. We will not forget. So when the women, particularly of the Jamaica Labour Party, visit you at home in the coming months to ask you to vote for them and to vote for this signal, this declaration they have made, stand up, Jamaica. Respond to the silence they have given you with your vote. When Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, Dr. Michelle Charles, Tamika Davis, Anne Marie Vaz, Favor Williams, Krista Lee, Olivia Babsy Grange, Marlene Malahoo Fort, Tova Hamilton, Marissa Dalrymple Filbert, Senator Kamina Johnson Smith, Senator Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, Senator Dr. Safar Longmore, Senator Shireen Golding Campbell, and Miss Rhoda Moy Crawford and Juliet Holness come to ask you for your vote. Remind them that they were silent when George Wright was welcomed back to the fold of the Jamaica Labour Party to represent you. Today, Miss Patricia Duncan Sutherland, President of the People's National Party's Women's Movement, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, our Chairwoman and spokesperson on Foreign Affairs and Trade, Miss Denise Daley, spokesperson on Gender Affairs, and Senator Gabriela Morris, or President of the PNP's Youth Organization, they are not going to be silent. They're saying to you that we will fight for you. We're also fighting for the woman that was beaten by George Wright with a chair. You see what you did do? It can't about. We invite Miss Patricia Duncan Sutherland to address you.
I'm Patricia Duncan Sutherland, President of the PNP Women's Movement and spokesperson on social transformation and protection. And today, I chose to wear black because it is a sad period for Jamaica. It is a sad time for Jamaica. I stand here today representing the 30% of Jamaican women who have experienced domestic violence. I stand here today representing every well-thinking Jamaica. It is outrageous that we should choose to normalize violence against women in Jamaica, in whatever shape or form, by accepting that this should be swept under the carpet. We are not here saying that there is no possibility for redemption, but redemption must come with first acknowledging what is wrong and doing something specific and clear to fix it. In April 2021, when this video came out, and the country was outraged, women were outraged, men were outraged. Dr. Chang, in asking or in agreeing with George Wright that he should step down, said that they are asking him to step down and to step away from the government caucus because of the unresolved allegations circulated in the public domain. These allegations remained unresolved. George Wright has not denied that he was the man in the video. And if they are to say that mitigating circumstances are the reason why they are accepting that he should once again be a part of the Jamaica Labour Party and the government caucus, then they need to tell the public what those mitigating circumstances are. And it needs to be more than just telling. He needs to show and to clearly say that this act is not a good act, it's a wrong act, and that there is something that he has done to get counseling and that will change it. I want everybody to note that the 30% of Jamaican women who experience domestic violence some of them are married. So marrying the person that you abuse does not stop the abuse from occurring. It just means that the abused, is in a situation that is even more devastating because they get into a deeper trap of abuse. And I want to say that domestic violence and abuse occurs in many ways, not just physical. There is financial abuse, there is physical abuse, and there is mental abuse. The act of this government of bringing back George Wright and saying that they are going to put him forward again as a candidate for Member of Parliament in the next election is psychological and emotional abuse on every woman that has experienced domestic violence in this country. Because it tells them that Jamaica will accept domestic violence as a normal part of life. We, the People's National Party, the Women's Movement, and all of the women standing here and the men of the People's National Party say no to violence against women. It must stop. And if we are going to make sure that it stops, we have to show that through our leadership. And our leadership must take a stance against it. You cannot have a public display of violence being left without any kind of action or consequence. Otherwise, it will continue. We will stop violence against women in Jamaica, but it can only happen if we have a clear result to cause it to happen. Thank you. This morning, I am wearing purple, since that is the color that we use to represent our distaste and rejection of gender-based violence. So, yes, today we are going to be talking about the JLP's deception, the big lie, in presenting George Wright as an independent member of parliament while he was clearly supporting their agenda. We said in parliament over and over again, because we were very clear, that he never acted in any way to support this claim of independence. This was a farce promoted by every JLP member sitting in parliament. This was a shame that was perpetrated by a parliament with the largest number of women in our history, making that an even deeper shame. When we on the opposition benches dared to express our disgust, some wanted to pretend that it was partisanship and that we didn't have the evidence. But I know that you, like me, saw that video, and it is an image I have not been able to get out of my mind of a man with a stool just licking and licking and licking. Not the wall, but flesh and blood, a woman. And as we discuss this, I want you to remember that, because somebody has to stand up for our women. The truth, though, is that although it took many of us by surprise, it should not have. It should not have, because the JLP has maintained a poor pattern of accountability and integrity. Remember the undated letters of resignation, which were ruled unconstitutional. Remember the fight we had with NIDS and SOE, having to take those to court to ensure that the rights of Jamaicans were protected. We remember ministers abusing their powers. Some of those cases are even now still pending. And I guess we have a government who wants us, through the passage of time, to forget these things. This is a government that we have seen depending on their bully pulpit to keep citizens in line and to keep those of us who oppose their actions in line. Well, it not gonna work. The Prime Minister himself said he knows when to turn it up and when to turn it down. What that means is that him take the whole away the idiot. So all he has to do is to turn it up or down and determine what our reaction will be. We can't allow that to remain, because this move of bringing George Wright as a current member of parliament for the Jamaica Labour Party after 4 years of silence is a slap in the face of all women and girls. It is another punch to the gut for every survivor of domestic violence, and in particular, those who are survivors of intimate partner violence. It is a devastating blow to our young girls who are hoping that they won't become part of the statistics of that 30% of women in Jamaica, yes, who experience gender-based violence. And it certainly doesn't help those men who are embarrassed when we talk about the statistics, that 1 in almost 3, basically 3 women, have experienced physical violence by a male partner. It doesn't help. And you know what is worse? What is worse is that this also does nothing to encourage reporting violence against women and girls to formal channels. And bear in mind that this is a country where 63% of those individuals who experience this kind of violence never report it. An MP sitting in Parliament for 4 years, pretending that he did nothing wrong, with his members supporting him time and time again, as if they too don't know that he did something wrong. In fact, what has he said now? I think he has outgrown it, and therefore he has turned a new leaf. That's not enough. Where is the public apology? Where is the admission of guilt and wrong? Where is the remorse? I don't know. Some persons say, well, maybe mitigating circumstances mean that he has done therapy and he has done this and he has done that. But if that is so, it seems to me that the JLP are getting ready for a dog and pony show. So they admit him as a member. They say there are mitigating circumstances. And then as we have the discussion, they will lift the veil to show what has happened. This is not dog and pony show time. This is bigger than politics. This is about protecting the values of decency, accountability, and respect for all women. And this is a serious concern in Jamaica because although many don't report to formal channels, 44% of these women talk to a friend or to a care provider. And what does that mean? That 44%, almost a half of Jamaicans know the problem that we are in, the crisis that we face. And the question, therefore, is what are we going to do about it? Well, do I remember that in 2021, Mr. Mark Golding, at the time of this national disgrace, submitted a motion that would have allowed for a discussion in Parliament around a code of conduct that would clearly outline acceptable standards and behavior for parliamentarians, and at the very least would have had a conversation both in Parliament and nationally about what is expected. 4 years later, and not a word has been said about that motion that's before Parliament. And, honestly, the PNP has shown by that motion moved by Mr. Golding that we are serious about it. Not just talking, but we want to do something about it. And in particular, we want to hold parliamentarians as leaders to lead by example. And so I'm saying to you today that the PNP will continue to fight for a Jamaica where women are respected, where they feel safe, and where they are heard. And in doing that, we are also calling on all Jamaicans, men and women, to stand resolutely against any hypocrisy and doublespeak when it comes to gender-based violence or intimate partner violence. We are asking you to demand higher standards from all your leaders, and in particular, those of us who represent you in Parliament. I was listening again to some things that the party leader said not so long ago. And one of the things that remain with me is when he said that domestic violence is fueled by a lack of moral norms and behavioral standards. That is something for us to think about. Who are the persons we are electing as leaders? We used to say that leaders lead by example. Is this the example that you would like your boys to grow up thinking that this is normal? That your girls will grow up thinking that this is normal? It is time to end the normalization of the violence against our women and girls. I am hoping that as a patriotic Jamaican, you too will stand with us.
Today, I will start by recognizing when we first opened our parliament in 2020, the Prime Minister bragged about they are the most women representing in Parliament. And today, I am saddened to know that in a time when they are increasing their numbers of women in Parliament, he is now looking at domestic violence as the norm. Why do I say that? When George Wright started out, he started out as a Jamaica Labour Party member of Parliament. When the incident, he decided that he was going to be independent. Nothing about him was independent, but the fact that he was on record to be independent, I had to accept that fact. I have watched him over there, sitting over our side, with no remorse. He felt comfortable because he knew that the time would come for him to go back and join the Jamaica Labour Party. A few days ago, when I saw that rally and I heard the MC saying, he is needed, he is important to the Jamaica Labour Party, I was in awe. Now, the term has not been finished, so we still have some time left. George Wright is going to take back his rightful seat among the Jamaica Labour Party, I would imagine. And we have a lot of things to discuss in terms of women's rights and the way forward. The minister, in which I have not heard anything from, Minister of Gender Affairs, how is it that she will be able to answer in the ruling government seat about violence against women when you beside you or behind you is one of the perpetrators? It is a shame and a disgrace upon women. I feel so ashamed. Why do I feel so ashamed? I'm ashamed because we have worked tirelessly on the laws so that Jamaican women, more so, would be more protected against domestic violence. And we have just passed the laws, and there is even no public education as yet to educate our nation about how they should behave, especially our males. And today I am standing because the Jamaica Labour Party has gone back on their word about protecting women's rights. I know that Jamaicans are not foolish. You cannot give them a 6 for a 9. I know that they understand that the People's National Party has always believed in women. That is one of the reasons why we had chosen our leader, one of our prime minister, the only female prime minister that have served us so far, Korsha Simpson Miller, because we believe in women's rights and women justice. Today, I stand here to condemn the Jamaica Labour Party and to say to them, find something in you to be shameful about. And if you can't find any other thing, use this one in reinstalling George Wright as a member of the Jamaica Labour Party as shameful and disgraceful. You cannot fool Jamaican people. They have been fooled by you many, many times. And this time around, they will make the right decision because they understand that you are going a little too far. Our women and girls are now wondering who should they run to. If the legislators are some of the perpetrators, then who should they turn to? And I'm just appealing to them that we have upstanding women in leadership that you can go to. You have a party that believe in what they say. And I want to implore you not to get discouraged. Just remember that the People's National Party have a clear policy how we treat women and girls in this country. I want to just say to George Wright, you were seen on a video. And I know you're not having a shaggy moment to say, it was me. You should come out to the Jamaican people before you take your seat on the government side and publicly apologize for the act. And also to tell us why we think you should go back over there and why you should be able to continue to become a legislator. On behalf of all the women of Jamaica and girls, I want to say to you today, rest assured that when the People's National Party comes to government, we will make sure we do not play lip service. We will make sure that you're safe and protected.
Good morning, everyone. Today I stand here as a woman, not just a senator, not just president of the PNP, but as a woman who believes that we can't be silent in the face of this injustice. Because make no mistake, Jamaica, what we have been witnessing with the resurgence of George Wright is an injustice. And it signals political audacity and brazenness on the part of this government. It is a display of power over principle, of politics over morality, and of silence over accountability. A young woman was silenced, whether she chose to, because I just saw the system set, or perhaps because she was forced to save face for her abuser. We all saw the video. We were all disturbed by the video. We saw how he relentlessly pursued her with a chair and inflicted bodily harm. She suffered, while the man accused of abusing her was allowed to go back to business as usual. His career was protected, his political future secured, while she is in the shadow. That is what the Jamaica Labour Party has chosen to celebrate and to defend. But I want to ask the question this morning, what message does this action send to young women across our country? That their pain does not matter, that their voices don't count, that their safety is secondary to political power. And let me say this loud and clear this morning to every young woman, every woman who is listening. Abuse is wrong. It is not normal. We should not seek to treat it as normal, and we should not condone it. Especially persons who are chosen to make laws and to lead this country. It is not something that you should tolerate, excuse, or endure in silence. And remember that this government or any leader who tells you otherwise by their words or by their actions is not fit to lead. Our women deserve to live in a country where they are protected, not told to be quiet in the aftermath of abuse, where they are respected and protected, where they can stand up and speak their truth without fear of being cast aside while their abuser walks free and acts like he did nothing wrong. And young people, men and women alike, deserve leaders with integrity. Leaders who understand that leadership is not about protecting political power at all cost, but leaders who set an example of responsibility and decency. But what the JLP has chosen to do here, it has set a dangerous precedent and has told a damaging lesson that power can silence accountability. That if you have the right connections, you can escape justice. That the voices of women, of survivors, of young people don't matter. Well, let me tell you something. We will not be silenced. The PNP Youth Organization, we stand firmly on this matter. And we're standing because we believe in justice, in truth, in accountability, and in a safer Jamaica for young women, for women, and our youth. We believe in a Jamaica where leadership is built on integrity, not acting with impunity, where young people can look to their leaders and see role models, not men who believe that they can do anything and everything that they want without any consequences. We stand here this morning to reaffirm that we do not and we will not accept this. We cannot allow it to continue. Because this decision here is not about one man or one decision. This is about the kind of country that we want to live in. And so we are firm in our belief, and we will not join the JLP in being complicit. Their public embrace of George Wright is low, it is desperate, and it is disgusting. When we applaud abusive actions and abusers, we are being complicit in building a society with no morals, no values, and no future. And I want to put this question squarely in front of the Jamaican people. Is that the kind of government that you want? A government that tells your children, your nieces, your mothers, your aunts, that they should be beaten and stay silent while their abuser parades in party colors and makes appearance and big speeches. This is not what we want. This is not what Jamaica deserves. And we will not stop until George Wright is out of Gordon House, where he should never have been allowed to return to in the first place. Thank you.
By raising your hand if you have a question for the panelists. And if you're online, please indicate if you have a question by using the raise hand icon or writing your question and submitting it, and we will present it for you. Before you ask your question, please state your name, your media house, and proceed. For Miss Patricia Duncan Sutherland, it says that we're aware that the PNP had drafted an impeachment bill some 2 years ago. But what specific measures does the PNP propose to ensure that individuals with a history of violence are held accountable and prevented from holding public office again?
Well, there are two things that I would want to, and thanks for the question. There are two things that I would want to address with respect to that, especially in this case. We need to look at introducing evidence-based prosecution, because when we do that, then there will be no possibility, it will be less likely that a situation like this would be left hanging and unresolved, because the evidence was there and we could have questioned it and determined what was the situation. And with that, as you bring that to public office, the code of conduct, yes, but I'm not sure, but I believe that inside of an impeachment bill, we could put it in there that until there is a clear restoration of the offense, that this person would not be allowed to sit in Parliament. This is something that would strengthen our Integrity Act. It would strengthen our integrity in public office in Jamaica. Could be applied, yes, to domestic violence, but to all other aspects of life. Because we do challenge, but the domestic violence issue and the normalization of violence is a real problem in Jamaica. And if we don't take some bold steps in our legislation, we will not be able to send a clear signal to Jamaica, right, that we are not tolerant of violence, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, or violence in any form. Bad man police can't do it. This is about the laws and about the integrity of our leaders, and that they must stand up and be held accountable for their actions.
All right. Good morning. Britannia Witter here from CVM. So just a follow-up to that, Ms. Sutherland, do you believe the readmission process, do you believe it followed the correct legal and procedural steps?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Do you believe that the readmission process, do you believe it followed the proper legal and the procedural steps needed?
Well, does it follow the proper legal readmission into the JLP? That would be dependent on their constitution. Does it follow the correct moral steps? Does it follow the steps that would be acceptable to a country? No. Because if there's an allegation out there, and by admission of the General Secretary, he said that these allegations were unresolved in 2021. So without coming to Jamaica, because you are not just a political party, you're not a club. You are here representing people and saying that you are fit to govern and to ensure that laws are in place. And if you in 2021 have unresolved allegations and nothing has been said publicly to resolve those allegations, then on what basis are you going to readmit the person into your party and then therefore to sit on the side of the government in the Parliament? It is a slap in the face for Jamaicans, a direct slap in the face to all women of Jamaica, and even more so for those who have been abused and have been had to remain silent.
This question is for Dr. Angela Brown-Burke.
I'm sorry. Well, let me tell you, can I just follow up with this? I think that we have to look on a couple of things. It's not just about the readmission and what happened in terms of what steps he has taken. It is also about living a lie for 4 years and sitting in Parliament. And so we also have, because that by itself is also something that should not be tolerated. You shouldn't sit for 4 years pretending you have done nothing wrong. Jump up 4 years later to say, oh, I've outgone it, or I've done this, I've done that. Here I am, whiter than snow. It doesn't work that way.
There is a question for Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. This says that we are aware that there's a caucus of women parliamentarians which has representation from both the opposition as well as the government, the female representatives in the House. Will the PNP be recusing itself from this as a protest to the reinstatement of George Wright?
That is something that we haven't discussed in terms of the action to take. But what I will say is this. When we first met in the caucus, that was a bone of contention. And we raised it as something that was totally unacceptable, and that the caucus, as a caucus, had to put these issues above politics. And therefore, we could not pretend that we're coming together in defense of our women while leaving something like that blatantly there. At that time, they had said that these issues were still unresolved. Now we are in front of a situation where seemingly, as far as they are concerned, it is resolved. We still believe that it is unresolved, and therefore I am sure you will be hearing from us shortly as to exactly how we will approach the caucus.
Just two questions. One, the Mr. Wright has said that he is not the same person. He said that in an interview with the Gleaner on the weekend. He is not the same person from the person he was at the time of the alleged, well, not the alleged incident, the incident. I wanted to get your reaction to that, one. And two, the JLP has said that he has taken some mitigating steps that caused them to readmit him into the party. What do you make of that? And what, in your mind, does mitigation in these circumstances look like or should look like?
And I'm sure all of us want to talk this, right? Because the truth of the matter is nobody's the same person they were 1 minute ago. But it's not just about not being the same person. It is about but there's an allegation there that you have not denied about an act of violence against your partner, no, your wife. You have not publicly admitted, you have not publicly stated what you have done, which would make you different with respect to this, and which would make you not choose to act in the way that you acted. Violence is a real problem. It's a real problem in Jamaica. It can't just go away because time has passed. They say time heals all, but it heals all with action. It heals all with a change of heart. It heals all with knowledge and a change of perspective that must be declared. If this action occurred publicly, these declarations and mitigating circumstances would have to be declared publicly and accepted by the public. Because it was accepted by the Jamaica Labour Party. The women of the JLP at the time spoke out against violence against women just after that act occurred. For us to accept that, we have to first weigh in on that conversation. It's not just saying, oh, I'm sorry. It's not a simple apology. It takes a lot more than that. It takes a lot more to heal and to stop committing those acts.
There's a question here for you, Miss. Oh, go, Doctor.
No, it is such it's a question that I think we all have to spend some time thinking about. I go back to when the act was committed, that there was this level of silence on the part of the Jamaican Labour Party, wanting us to accept that we didn't see what we saw, that what we heard was not what we heard, and that he had nothing to do with it. He sat in the parliament for 4 years, innocent as a lamb, yeah, taking no responsibility. And then today he comes and says he's a changed person. It's simply not good enough. It is not good enough because even while he was silent, there were women in the parliament on that side who were right there with him, giving him cover and acting like it was okay. It's not the time for a dog and pony show. If he is truly changed, what we would have heard at the same time is what I did was wrong, wrong, wrong. Yes, I am so sorry for what I did. I have taken these steps and I will never be caught doing that. Yes, I have made restitution in these ways. It is not good enough to sit in private, concoct a story that you will come and tell the Jamaican people because you know when to turn it up and when to turn it down.
Thank you. I just want to say that mitigation is a process. And I don't believe marriage would be mitigation. It has to be more than that because he's a public figure. And if I was hearing from him over a period and he was showing signs of remorse and doing things that would help other women who are victims, then today probably I would think differently. But for me, mitigation and change comes through a process.
I just want to add that we have to be clear about what we see happening. All of us have eyes to see. And as my colleague said, this is not a situation where the member, he came out and apologized and reflected on his actions and took steps to actually mitigate. What we're seeing here is a sanitization of George Wright because of political power or in an effort to seek political power. The timing is wrong. All we have seen them do is say that we need this man back on board. And I question it because is it that we cannot find suitable representatives to come out and serve the people? And so I believe that this is a slap in the face and this is squarely about politics.
Testing. Oh, morning. Mahiri Stewart here from Nationwide News. So we've seen in the past where two PNP caretakers, at least they were caretakers at the time, had been charged for instances of assault. And the question is, in that instance back then, was it a case where they were removed as members of the PNP upon those charges, or?
My recollection, and certainly it is the process in which we are embarked, is that once there are those allegations, we have a conversation with the individuals. Yes? There are cases where they will explain. There are cases where they might want to say what happened and that's not how they saw it. But our position has been very clear that abuse is not tolerated. That if you have that problem, go deal with yourself. Yeah. Go take the steps that are necessary, and you can't represent us under those circumstances. And you would have seen that in all of those cases, what has happened, either the person would say they're accusing themselves based on the position that we have made clear, or we have said we have parted ways. There's nothing unequivocal about our position as far as that is concerned.
Okay, and is she answering the? I guess another question I have is in terms of putting things in place to ensure that there is zero tolerance for violence against women specifically, do you think it would be fair for some sort of legislation to be passed that if somebody that is accused or charged for an instance such as this removes themselves, whether it's as an MP, whether it's as a caretaker, whether it's as a councillor?
You know, I think both, right? I think we have said it in so many different ways that we need a kind of code of conduct that holds leaders responsible for the behavior to the point where there are certain acts that invoke impeachment. And we have been clear about that. Mr. Golding has been very, very clear about that as well. And I think that where we are, something went to Parliament, a motion went to Parliament. It has been ignored. We will not ignore it.
Thank you very much for those questions. Let us be clear. While the JLP turns a blind eye to injustice, the PNP has taken action. 2 years ago, Mark Golding went beyond words. He drafted an impeachment bill, took it to Parliament, and delivered it to defend the women and people of this nation. This bill would have provided a mechanism to remove individuals like George Wright who violate the moral and ethical standards expected of our leaders. But the government, led by Andrew Michael Holness, refused to act. The government, the Speaker of the House, a female, Juliet Holness, refused to act. They ignored the opportunity to uphold integrity in public life. No, as we undergo the constitutional reform, this is the moment for the government to show the people of Jamaica that it values you and that it values accountability, that it values women, and that it values justice. Andrew Holness campaigned on it. He said that when he got in office, he will bring these measures to keep his people accountable. We're not making up a fairy tale for you today. We're going to play for you a short clip just to remind you about the character of the person on trial today before you, Mr. George Wright.
You're saying he's a person of interest.
Right.
So you're making appeals now for him to visit the police for further talks, interviews. What is the nature of the complaint that was received by the police? What was Mr. Wright saying?
Right. Here along the roadway, crowd there.
He was redundant enough. And he was Jessica. He heard. It took. And she was that told to Daley. The report.
Right. So he's in a sense, is he saying self-defense?
When he made a report, that he wasn't aware that the thing was being recorded or thought.
And what's happened since with your investigations?
Well, yeah, it's not returned to a statement. The lady gave a report, made a report at the Electoral police station. He has not returned to follow up by a fact.
And what have the police done?
The lady has been reaching out to her, but we're not found her.
Found her.
The right has been elusive. At this time, we have been just speaking to it, but not for our purposes. Yet.
You're saying he's a person of interest.
Right.
So you're making appeals now for him to visit the police for further talks, interviews.
You heard it for yourself, Jamaica. Victim blaming. We are not just here to talk. We're here to act, and we've acted before. Mark Golding brought the bill. Demand that the Prime Minister includes it in the constitutional reform. Keep following us on social media. On our Facebook pages at PNP Jamaica and at Mark Golding JA. We will not stop talking. We will not stop fighting. We will not be silenced. We are the women of the People's National Party. Have a good day.
There you have it. The People's National Party, the long-awaited press conference has just concluded. And we hear some very harsh words in the sense of coming from the PNP women's movement, that they will not rest, they will not stand. They will continue to fight for the women of this country. And you know something? I don't think we should be playing politics in this country when it comes on to what we saw in that video. And we're going to have some naysayers and other sayers from the political parties and the other side of the political divide. who will come out and speak about other things. As I keep on saying, everybody keep on bringing up Michael Phillips. We did not see a video. The Jamaican people did not see a viral video of Michael Phillips beating anyone. We were told that he was dragged before the court because he was physically abusing his wife. That's what we were told. This man, George Wright from Central Westmoreland, was never dragged before the courts of Jamaica. The video was circulating all over the place. And if it was not so, if it was not him, why did the secretary of the Jamaica Labour Party, Dr. Harris Chang, ask him to step aside? Head boy, welcome back to the program. We're coming to you live on the Make We Talk program. I've been going at it from a long time. I want to get your views on this, head boy.
Can you hear me now, Jeffrey?
Loud and clear from Negril Point to Moran Point. Loud and clear, man. Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Great. I'm actually in the kitchen cooking. So
no problem. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It is funny, really, really funny to see. Can you hear me?
Head boy, what happened? It's really fun. Yes, man. Go ahead, man. I'm hearing you.
No, I'm just checking. Okay. I'm saying it's really funny, to see that we are talking about this situation. And they're still coming with this Michael Phillips thing. And let me address it. Michael Phillips did not have a public matter. If they're accusing Michael Phillips of what they're accusing him of, we don't have any record. And by the way, he was not in the House when that occurred. He was not even a member of parliament. He was not even a candidate. Yeah? So let them continue to come with the nonsense, because that's what the JLP does. They'll tell you, Jeffrey, me thief. But because you thief more than me, you're worse than me. But the two of us are thieves. Yeah?
We have a call coming in now, head boy. Hold on for me.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the Make It Talk program. You're live. Caller, turn off the TV in the background. You're live. Go ahead. Hello? Yes, caller. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I just saw the PNP's press conference about the George Wright returning to the parliament.
Mm-hmm.
But in my personal view, with someone who has done such a act against a female, especially a female, and for 4 years there was actually no apology, no public statement about his action. He just kept quiet and no ushered back because of politics. And it to me not acceptable at all. Not acceptable the way he was brought back into the fold.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with the PNP on this one. 4 years, total silence, and like they could have, in the night was ushered back in the parliament. But I saw where, I saw where some of your person who were in the chat room keep on bringing up Michael Phillips' case, and I don't know why. But I think with Michael Phillips now, it is an allegation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's alleged that he was abusing his wife. But the thing for me, in January 2009, before the courts, we did hear the outcome of the case. Was it thrown out?
No. But hold on, caller. Dudley, hold on for me. When Michael Phillips did that, was he a member of parliament?
In 2009?
When that happened, was he a member of parliament?
I'm trying to remember if he was a member of parliament in 2009.
He was never a member of parliament that I can recall.
No. In 2009.
He was actually actively Jeffrey. Michael was actively campaigning. Michael was actively campaigning in East Rural St. Andrew in 2009. He broke his foot around 2010 and had to change from being a candidate for the PNP. Okay? So let's just make sure we get that situation correct. It was Peter Blake who ran for the PNP in 2000 and Damian Crawford end up getting that seat, and Michael Phillips was brought to Northwest Manchester. Yes? So he was not a sitting MP at the time.
There you go. And that is what we must make clear. That at that time, Dudley, Michael Phillips was not a sitting member of Parliament in the Jamaican House of Parliament, in the House of Representatives. George Wright, on the other hand, is a sitting member of Parliament in the People's House.
What I want to get now, the clear about the outcome of the case. I did that on the case outcome.
Well, that's not no. As far as I'm concerned, that's a private matter.
So the outcome of the case in 2009 is not for public consumption then?
No, what I am saying, Dudley, is this. Mr. Phillips had a private matter. He was never a member of Parliament. That happened. So I don't see the sense of we bringing this.
No, because persons keep on bringing about. I keep on asking what was wondering why.
So why
referring to George to Phillips?
Why they don't go to the court in halfway tree and find what is the outcome of that case? Huh? We cannot be having a comparison with George Wright and Michael Phillips. That's damn nonsense. George Wright was a sitting member of Parliament who took a stool and on no uncertain terms beat the woman. And we allowed this man to sit back in the Parliament of Jamaica.
But I said, I'm not in agreement to that move. Not at all with that particular move. Not at all with that move. I don't support it.
You know,
but another I know. I have a big issue with these Jamaican female groups that you have some group in Jamaica. They are really advocates for females in Jamaica. You have some group now who, in my view, they're just male haters. Because when females in Jamaica are accused of things, those groups are so silent. And there are so many cases. I think came out recently with Jamaica being the lead in account of paternity fraud. And every Jamaican
Dudley, hold on for me. I like that Jamaican that's what paternity fraud is, you know. When woman give man jacket, talk the bra band thing, no man.
Yeah, and Jamaican is the lead. Jamaican women are leading the entire world, and every single women group are quiet on that issue. But no, recently the PNP had a press conference about the allegation of the KSMC and PNP. And no, it's like tit for tat. We're put no election season right now. Anything PNP put wrong, there'll be a press conference. It was the JLP with the KCC. No, it's George Wright and the PNP. The next one now, if a JLP does something miss now, if a PNP does something miss now, there'll be another JLP press conference. Because what? It's coming to the election season.
No, but listen to me. Hold on there. Hold on there, Dudley. Hold on a minute. How many press conferences the Jamaica Labour Party had since the start of February 2025?
No, I'm talking about
No, I'm asking a question, sir.
No, nonsense. The trend is starting now. It started with the JLP and the KSAC PNP thing. Allegation with the KSMC and the money thing. That started it. And now the PNP responded now with this one now with the George Wright issue.
And I'm asking, no. I am asking you this question, sir. How many press conferences have the Jamaica Labour Party had since the start of February 2025?
JLP? I think I can record this is the first one I've seen.
No, sir, it's more than first one. They must have about three they have. They have almost about three about the Kingston and St. Andrew and the Kingston and St. Andrew mayor and the KSMC. They have one about who for a Mark Golden Pooper, when come from, who are him mother, who are this and who are that.
And the PNP are one now with George Wright.
Right, and the People's National Party is in its right to have one about what is going on in the Parliament with George Wright. You don't think so?
They are right. They are right.
Okay.
But all I'm saying, it does political tit for tat. That's all going on right now. Political tit for tat.
Well, you have a political. Everybody have political tit for tat when they come out to election. You know?
Yes, that's it. No surprise if you're more going on as long as when it comes close to the election date. Look for more.
Well, I don't think the PNP will be having any more press conference with this damn stupidness about what is going on. But they say KMC thief money, I kind of damn stupidness.
It might be something else. Suppose another PNP or JP fall out of line. They did another press conference.
What the Jamaica Labour Party must have a press conference over the way, you know. It's to come and show the Jamaican people that $3 trillion is not unaccountable for. Come and show us that. Come and show the Jamaican people why are they spending $5 million more or $5 billion or whatever they call it in Montego Bay Regional Hospital. Come and show us why they're spending that. Is it that they have some people who are project managers to get pay? Is it that all of those people who they put at Regional Hospital who don't know a damn thing of what they're doing?
Well, that's true. There is only one thing I want PNP and JLP to address. They keep talking about JUTC. That's all. Both parties, both PNP and JLP.
Then Dudley, what should they address? The money thief and gone. How they should address the money thief and gone?
So it is the money thief and gone. I know it's business as usual.
Business as usual, of course. It has been going on for many years in this country. Damn thing come out of it.
And my point is both PNP and JLP are quiet. That's my case ever since.
And I'm saying to you, Dudley, this has been going on from donkey till the mule.
And because they're quiet.
Jeffrey, let me help.
Yes.
1 second.
Hold on, Dudley.
1 second.
Hold on, go ahead, boy.
Good day, Sir Dudley Thompson. I want to tell you, I have the greatest respect for you because I used to listen to you when I was a little boy when you were on Roots FM with Loretta Bailey. Yeah, and Isis Miller.
Very much.
Remember the good days. So I've been listening to you for a long time. So you are my senior.
Yeah, man, thank you very much.
Without any apology. Yeah, Rootsy without any apology. But I want to say you are my senior, so I will give you the regard and respect as my senior. But on this matter of the KSMAC, let me tell you what is happening with this KSMAC matter. It is a hoax. Did you know that did you listen to the Public Appropriations Committee meetings the other day? Between 2016 and 20, by the way, remember the parish councils previously were served over almost 8 years, 7 to 8 years before we had a local government election, which was in breach of the Constitution. That's one.
Yes.
The mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew operated as mayor, right? Mark you, I would say he was illegal because there should have been a four-year election, but the Constitution doesn't speak to him being illegal. But what happened at the KSMC? The reports show that funds were leaving the KSMC without any proper auditing, with any proper accounting under him. And this is the Auditor General who did that. What we're having now is the JLP accusing the PNP, saying there are certain malfeasance there at the KSAC. We have not had a report from the Auditor General, who is the responsible and appropriate authority. Yeah? So the truth be told, if the JLP is going to come to give a conversation about the status of the KSMC, they need to give us the Auditor report, the Auditor General report. Marlon Morgan said on the JLP platform press conference the other day, which they have had about 3 so far, that they are in receipt of information which says that the Integrity Commission and the Auditor General, 2 government bodies, are investigating the KSMC. Now, how did Marlon Morgan receive update from the Integrity Commission that they're investigating officers at the KSAC when he is not the subject of the investigation. How did he receive that information?
Good question. So, lack of integrity from the Integrity Commission.
No, so exactly. So I'm saying he's not an officer of the Integrity Commission. So what is happening here? And you're right, Dudley, in saying that it's a tit for tat. But on this George Wright matter, it is not, because the PNP's position has always been clear that George Wright should have been impeached. He should not have sat in the parliament. So it is not a tit for tat. What is happening is that the PNP is responding to something, and the women of the PNP could not sit down and allow this to happen and not respond. They could not. The press conferences that the JLP has been calling for the removal of Swaby and Dayton Campbell has been press conferences which are just a joke, because if there is any antecedents at the KCC, it occurred while Mayor Delroy Williams was mayor, because there is an Auditor General report which show that funds were unable to be accounted for at the KSMC under his leadership, under Delroy Williams' leadership.
That's true. Because I remember as in 1980, when Edward Seaga wanted to shut down the whole government, because he said it was peer shenanigans going on in there for years. Seaga wanted to shut it down years ago, Edward Seaga.
Let me ask you a question, Dudley. As a former journalist at Roots FM, and still, although you're not in journalism anymore of such, but you're still a journalist, I want to ask you this question, because you have covered sports for many years. Yes. You have covered Jamaica's politics and Jamaica's election for many, many years. A lot of people don't know who Dudley Thompson is. You're one person who, when it comes on to data about politics in Jamaica from the 1980s come up, or 1970s come up, you have them. And you can come on.
That's the numbers, man.
Yes,
the numbers, man.
You can come on my program Election Night and give numbers of what happened in the 1980s coming up. My question to you this afternoon, Dudley, is this. You're in the sports arena. As I said before, you covered many sports personnel. Usain Bolt has been very quiet when it comes on to his money. Very quiet.
Since lately.
Yes.
More lately.
Hold on there. Your views on it now that he comes out and starts speaking about his money. And this woman who bat over to the Labour Party from the PNP, Phillips. What's her name again? Venetia Phillips?
Venetia Phillips, yes.
Yes. Had this to say about Mr. Bolt, say, did the government tell you to invest in SSL and also the Shibangarang? Don't SSL is regulated by the government of Jamaica?
Yes.
Okay, my question to you now. If Usain Bolt decide to go publicly with this, but you go to CNN and all those places, what ripple effect would it have on Jamaica?
Well, it will show what is happening in Jamaica in reality. The fact is that the man invests billions in this company. And what you are seeing, that actually the man upset, the man vex. I mean, you must upset. You lose a bag of money, you must upset, you must vex. And then now, there's no possibility of him being repaid. And then now, he's been told that the money went missing before it went to SSL.
And that's a lie, not so.
That's one of the big of a problem. That means between the person who made the delivery enlargement do something wrong then.
No, hold on, Dudley. His lawyer came and one of the Jamaica's famous television station and made it clear that they have trace of the money. The money was wire transferred to SSL. It's not as if Usain Bolt or his managers take up one whole grip or one whole suitcase or one paper bag of money and go drop it off at SSL. It was wire transferred. So there's trace of the money.
But why is it that someone keeps saying that the money went missing before it actually reached SSL?
It's a well-known radio station in Jamaica who keep on saying that, sir.
I think both have all the right to defend his money. I mean, the man lose billions of Jamaican dollars. Yeah, you have all the right to utter. You have all the right. The man lose the money.
So
and then now
don't you
there's no
think
possibility of he being compensated by neither SSL or the government, although SSL is owned privately. They're the government entity, but is regulated under the financial sector of Jamaica.
But don't you think that this is a national disgrace? That an icon like Hussein Bolt lost so much money. Hold on for me.
It's a global disgrace.
Yes, and not only that, other Jamaicans has lost their money. Yet the Prime Minister of this country had insight about what is going on and took out his money. Yet he did not call, and matter of fact, he's the Minister of Housing, and he did not take out Housing Trust money. He did not call the Labour and Social Security to take out the money out of there either. He did not call the Ministry of Agriculture to take out the banana board money. He only took out his money.
He had insight.
Yes.
Of what to come and secure himself only.
So your view is that he didn't even take out those money, but took out his money?
I thought he was trying to secure himself. And he being the Prime Minister, he might get some insight about this thing might collapse. And if he making a statement, he might cause a panic. So he took out his money privately and allow everybody else to just lose their own.
But isn't the duty of the chief servant of the people of Jamaica to come and tell the people, along with the Minister of Finance, that there is a fundamental problem within SSL? On the pull out the money.
No, maybe he should make on the mandate, the wrong word. Maybe he should authorize the chief of that place to say, well, something wrong, withdrawal. But everybody keep quiet, and then now you have this big embarrassment to both Bolt and other persons, other debitors and persons who put their money in that entity. Is that big embarrassment? Is that big embarrassment global?
Would you call SSL a Ponzi scheme?
Well, I don't know exactly how they operate. I don't know how they operate on a daily basis. But it look that way. I don't know they operate like a bank or a credit union. I don't know how it operate. But something went wrong. Because it's very slack. Because when I heard how the accountant can get things approved, it's like a party shop.
But what I'm saying though, Dudley and Head Boy, Gene and Panton cannot be the only person who was who operate the day-to-day running of billions of dollars. And me who run the company know about it.
I mean,
but I have said this to you, and I have said it.
Hold
on, Dudley. Let Head Boy respond. Go ahead, Head Boy.
I have said this, and I will say it. And I will say it in front of Mr. Krosky when I see him, because of my banking experience and my background in banking, actually. There is no, and I'm not talking about no DB bank, yeah? With no, maybe 5 million US or 10 million US. I'm talking about a bank with assets accumulated around 400 or 500 million US, yes? On the offshore side. There is no bank that can run where a relationship manager has access to clients' accounts. It never happened. They have access to viewing access, but they don't have any manual override on accounts. Manual override on accounts rests with the head of relationship managers and accounts department, wire department, and persons upward. Yeah? Because to access an account and to move funds, you require. By the way, remember SSL is not a bank, I want to clarify something that I think people are forgetting. SSL did not sit down there with money inside the SSL where you could move it, where you could take it out. If a client asked back for their money, SSL had to go to wherever they had their accounts. So if they had it at NZB, Scotiabank, JMMB, whichever place they had it, and then request that the transfer be sent to the client. Right? So let me make sure we're clear on that. So no monies were in SSL sitting down for Miss Gina and Pantan to access the accounts. Nobody could not let it be known that this nonsensical argument being pushed by the JLP and by the operatives of the JLP and also by some people in media that Jean and Pantan is guilty. It's a fallacious argument, and the world is looking at us, and laughing at us because they're saying, poor them there in the Banana Republic and understand banking. You don't have funds sitting in SSL is not a bank.
Investment firm.
So no funds are sit down in there. No funds are sit down in there. In order for the funds to be moved, it has to be authorized by the chief accountant, the CFO, or it has to be authorized by those above. So the real question is, who is you, Krosky, to the JLP? And I'll tell you with no water in my mouth, you, Krosky, is a financier of the JLP. And Mr. Krosky, I can send you my number and my address. You can send me a legal letter if you need to. But it is a fact that SSL is a financier of the Jamaica Labour Party. They have not denied it. They cannot deny it. Because SSL is a spin-off from Paul Chen Young and Associates. And they can never deny that association.
I remember that.
So they can never deny the
So,
association.
Head Boy, you're saying to us that SSL is a spin-off from Crown Eagle Merchant Bank?
It is. It was. So what they did, remember when SSL was opened, SSL was opened 2006, if we're forgetting, right? And look at the timing of SSL. It was open when they expected that they were coming back to power, because by 2007, there was a push. Bruce Golding had become prime minister. I'm not mixing up Bruce Golding in this, by the way. I'm just giving you a timeline. The JLP was, Eddie Siaga was pushed out in 2005. Them tell him go home, go rest him back. Yeah? And Bruce Golding was brought as the candidate for West. And SSL was opened in 2006. By 2007, we are told Mr. Holness became an investor in SSL in 2008, whilst he was a minister of government at the Ministry of Education, presiding over the ministry with the second largest budget in government departments, in the stream of things where government is concerned. No, I'm not trying to put anything onto Andrew. I am saying Andrew Holness, as an investor in SSL, whilst he removed himself, he should have removed the government entities that invested in SSL. So, Jeffrey, I have been looking at the numbers, and I am of the view that those monies you see in the 28 bank accounts, if they can be traced appropriately, those funds came from SSL. You hear what I said to you? And I will not take back my chat, because having looked at the amounts missing, there was a transfer of $400 and something million into the man account, One account had $400 and something million. Do you know?
You mean in such man account?
Yes, in such man account. Do you know that the amount that was taken from the NIS was 400 million? Hello?
400 million invest in SSL?
Yes. In total, it's $2 billion the government invested in SSL,
And you hear nothing about it? What sort of nonsense is going on in this country? And you have those nincompoops, those Jacobes from the Jamaica Labour Party coming over here and talking nonsense when Funo own money gone down the drain under this administration? Huh? $2 billion of taxpayers' money. Your hard-earned money. And they can't give one house. But they invested in SSL. And $2 billion of taxpayers' money went down into SSL. And until now, the Prime Minister says nothing about it.
But remember this, Jeffrey, and that is why I'm saying Bolt is a smoke screen. And I keep on saying, I feel it for Usain Bolt. Usain Bolt is somebody I respect. I love the man. I respect the man, because he's a youth to come up from nothing and to make it. But don't be fooled by the smoke screen. There are government entities. And let's name the ministers who presided over those entities, because it's public record. Yeah? Close associates of the Prime Minister. Yes? In those entities, we had the NIS investing its money, right? No, the national insurance fund, sorry, NIF, right? That is from Social Security. At the time when they invested their monies in it, right? Who was the Minister of Labor and Social Security then? Shiny Robinson, an associate of Mr. Holness. Let me give it to you. Who was also the minister at the time when the Banana Board invested their money? Who was the Minister of Agriculture? None other than J.C. Hutchinson, an associate of the Prime Minister. Right? Let's go. NHT. Who was the Minister of Housing at the time? Horace Chang, because he was not always Minister of National Security. Remember, during the first period, he was Minister of Housing.
Yes.
In the economic growth and job creation portfolio. So these are all confidence of Mr. Holness, people who would die for Mr. Holness. And he went ahead, give the instructions, because Mia said, gave the instructions to them, come put the worker money we sit down in our Banana Board Fund, in a NIF, and in NHT. And it has affected and it has impacted the ability of NHT to deliver low-income houses. And you hear nothing from the mainstream media in Jamaica about because remember, I'm not business about investors, you know, because no disrespect to Usain Bolt, I feel his pain, but my concern is about the funds that they pay me NHT still from in a me woy because I believe in NHT and I still pay, I still contribute, Jeffrey, even though I'm not in Jamaica, I contribute. Yeah. Religiously.
Head boy and Dudley. Does it make any sense for the Jamaican people to be putting money into NHT and NIS when the government has taken poor people money, put it into one of their friends' Ponzi scheme, rob the poor people of this country, and not a word from the Prime Minister of this country about it? Huh?
As it was, this may well be another PNP press conference, but let's wait and see.
But he was sanctioned. Let's be real.
Jamaicans are to wake up. I've said earlier, we are too politically polarized in Jamaica. We don't see things as Jamaican. We're looking through orange and green lens. That's our problem.
No, Dudley, I beg to differ with you.
We are PNP. We talk otherwise. Yes, we are JLP. That's our problem.
When you used to have the Make We Talk program with Jeffrey and others, right? Let me tell you what is happening to journalism and the ethics of journalism in Jamaica. Gone were the days when there are journalists who would not be afraid to expose these situations. What is happening? So you're saying Jamaicans are silent. The truth be told is that this is not known by many Jamaicans. It's not known because they have not been able to follow the situation like myself, Jeffrey, others on social media are following. Why are we following? Because we have seen a pattern. Right? This is not because I hate the JLP. I have people in my family who are big supporters of the JLP. I have friends at highest levels in the JLP. I have nothing against the JLP. My first love is Jamaica.
Everybody know that I have members of my family in the hierarchy of the Labour Party. But I'm gonna stop me from talking.
Exactly. So we are not conflicted in a support for a party. So what I'm saying now, Nigel Clark is also, let me tell you something. I'm naming the suspects in this thing, you know. I've called one already, Shiny Robinson. She's dead. She can't defend herself, so I'm going to leave her. Yeah? J.C. Hutchinson, right, who is vexed, blue with Andrew Holness after him done take up Banana Board money put in a SSL to make man look good. Then Andrew Holness himself as Horace Chang as Minister of Housing. But there's a suspect that cannot escape, and his name is Nigel Clark. Because Nigel Clark sat down on the report from the FSC, he became Minister of Finance in 2018. The report came to Mr. Clark from 2019, and it didn't come to public knowledge until 2022 that he had the report. Almost 3 years sitting down with the report, him didn't know it was in his office. It was put in some cupboard, some cabinet, you know, and nobody could find the report.
And that is the report stating that SSL is in trouble.
Yes, but that report has been coming from as far back as, and let me tell you something. They want to put the PNP in this scandal. Please do not do it, because I know the SSL. What SSL mean? So labor right. That is what SSL stand for. So labor right. Every single person that has been at the helm of SSL, if you look at government boards, they were appointed by the JLP. You see no JLP appoint no PNP on the board?
Just so labor right.
So, and it's not me, so. Right. It's a guy named Marsh. So let me give credit to Mr. Marsh from over Andre Stevens. He said it. It is so labor right. And when I look at it, I sat back. Do you know the players in SSL are the same players now in First Rock Financial? Them could take me to court because it's a fact. It's a statement of fact. Same players.
Who are the owners of First Rock International?
Did you know Bruce Golding was made an honorary chair of it, and all of a sudden he resigned from it fast and quick? Yeah. First Rock was headed by Norman Reed. Who is Norman Reed? Norman Reed was at SSL. Norman Reed is also one of those who were sent to Port Security Core Board by Bobby Montague. Norman Reed was at NCB, and Norman Reed is a close associate of Andrew Hollis and Montague. And he now heads SSL with other guys. I mean, First Rock, sorry.
Wow.
So, all I'm saying, I don't have to say more.
Hold on for me, gentlemen. Hold on for me. Dwight, if we're talking pure garbage, go over to your place. You can talk sense. Since we're talking pure garbage, you don't come over here. Because over here is a garbage dump. So why are you coming over here?
You got to understand, garbage is not a bad word, you know. So one man's garbage is another man's treasure. So I guess that what we're saying, the garbage I'm saying is speaking to treasure to him. Because the truth be told, Jeffrey, this is the approach of the JLP. So when Dudley said the people are silent and docile, you have seen it historically. Jamaicans don't make noise when the Jamaica Labour Party is in power. They don't. There's never been a major protest against Edward Seaga.
That's why I keep on saying, you know, if it was Andrew Holness as opposition and Mark Golding is prime minister, you know, hello, the whole of Negril point tomorrow and point start burn. Like in the 1990s gas riot. $2 billion of taxpayers' money gone down in the SSL. And was that Mutty Perkins when I said that? And the owners of SSL, they're free like a bird in the sky. Fly away. The center cannot hold. Mayor knock up on the land.
Miss Mutty Perkins, man. Miss Mutty Perkins, man.
Mutty is the only person who used to. Go ahead,
Mutty is not around because poor Mutty would have feel it to him heart as him see what happened in Jamaica. Yeah, he would feel it to his heart, man. And they would not manage Mutty's commentary because I'm sure Mutty would have hit them so hard. They would have wondered why Mutty hitting them so hard. Yeah. So the truth be told, as I allow somebody else in. The truth be told, Jeffrey and Dudley, the government cannot divorce itself from this SSL matter, and that is the real crux of the issue. Because the Minister of Finance received a report that told him about the health of the SSL, and him say him, and Mr. say, you know, and Nigel says so. He said he not read the report. The report was in his office gathering dust for 2 years. But you have briefings from the FSC. For 3 years, sorry. You have briefings from the FSC, like every Minister of Finance does. There's briefings from its different boards. And they would have updated him to say, these are the high-risk institutions in the market. We need to look at them. In their annual briefing or in the monthly briefing, all board chairs have to brief the minister on a monthly basis.
And not only that. No, the company that they call in to investigate SSL has given the finding of SSL, and the report is kept silent from the Jamaican people. The Jamaican people should when they call election, nobody go out there until the report is presented to the people of this country. The Prime Minister of Jamaica owe it to the Jamaican people to let the SSL report be made public. The Prime Minister of this country owe it to the Jamaican people to let SSL report be made public. This is a damn disgrace. $2 billion of taxpayers' money invest in SSL, and all now we don't hear nothing about it.
And there's no demand for that from the public. And those normally vocal, you call social groups or advocate groups, they're all silent.
All of them is a bunch of set of damn hypocrite.
They're all silent.
And nobody within the hierarchy of the Jamaican diaspora who love to kiss up them when they come up here. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Me take picture with this. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Me take picture with that. For your money gone on in a SSL if you pay housing trust. The members of the Jamaican diaspora, all owners a bunch of set of hypocrites. We must demand accountability. The Prime Minister of this country must tell the Jamaican people where $2 billion gone. We must get the finding. The report must be made public to the Jamaican people. In any other modern democracy, this nonsense can happen. But we sit down in this country and now we can't talk, me a comrade, me a labor, me a this and me a that, while the country is spiraling out of control. When are we going to wake up in this country? When are we going to call a spade in this country and demand accountability? The Prime Minister of this country, Michael Andrew Holness, we are calling on you. Make the SSL report be made public. Prime Minister Andrew Michael Holness, you have your cronies them listening to this. You have your people in the Jamaica house listening to me. Make the report public. If you do not make the report public, Almighty God gonna pour out his wrath upon you. Go and read St. Matthew 5. Prime Minister, read St. Matthew 5. How long are you gonna allow this country to suffer under your hand? $2 billion of poor people money gone down in a SSL. And not a word. And the owners of SSL are gone, scotch-free like a bird in the sky. Fly away. Because we're a bunch of damn idiots in this country. A time for we wake up in this nation, man. And all those members of the Jamaican diaspora, Canada, England, America, wherever you want to go, all always a bunch of idiots. Because all we want to do is hug them up. Mwah, mwah, mwah. You know, I take picture with King George. I take picture with Prince Andrew and Queen Juliet. While our country is going down the no return, there's no break. Going down spiritually without a break. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'm hoping that the next time the PNP is on their political campaign, they'll make this call. Instead of repeating old rhetoric about and talk all the time, not certified by the Electoral Commission, and
they have been made in the call, though, Dudley. They have made a call. The opposition leader said that they are going to do their own investigation if and when they gain state power.
SSL?
Yes, they said it.
No, they must call now for the report to become public.
Yes, they have been saying it too.
Oh, I already hear.
I heard them with it. But the opposition alone mustn't do it. You have members. You have members of the Jamaican diaspora who are people of the Vum Vavant and the Vum Vavi. But who is a bunch of hypocrites.
and the so-called advocate groups, they are very quiet.
One is a bunch of hypocrites who don't want to talk to me and don't make no nothing. Because I serve an awesome God. One is a bunch of hypocrites. Members of the Jamaican diaspora in the United States, Canada, England, and all over. All around is a bunch of set of hypocrites. This country is going down spiritual hill without no break. $2 billion of taxpayers' money gone down the drain. This prime minister took out his money while taxpayers' money gone down in a SSL, and you hear nothing from the Jamaican diaspora. And it's a bunch of set of hypocrite. The word I want to use, I can't use it. Members of the Jamaican diaspora, all around is a bunch of set of hypocrite. You don't love Jamaica. You don't love the parties. You can't sit down and nyam. You can't sit down and nyam and lick champagne glass while poor people in our country suffering. A prime minister with 28 bank account, he come up here. No, ask him nothing. $2 billion of taxpayers' money from NIS, Housing Trust, Banana Board, gone down in a Sammy mouth. You say nothing about it. But when they come up here, you have big party. A Vumvavi restaurant. $200 plate. About people must donate to Boys and Girls Foundation. And it's a bunch of set of hypocrites. Members of the Jamaican diaspora. And it's a bunch of set of hypocrites. This country is in serious trouble. How the hell can you have a company go under and nobody go in a jail? One somebody? $2 billion for a Sprint Icon. $2 billion for taxpayers' money. How much money is that now, head boy? That's $4 billion plus other money.
No, it's roughly 31 million is unaccounted for.
31 billion.
US, you know, US, which is
31 million.
Do it US, yes. Which, remember, you know, let's do the maths. 8 million US is more than $1 billion Jamaican, you know. 8 million US is almost $1 billion Jamaican. Yeah? 8 million is almost $1 billion. Roughly it should be 7 something is $1 billion Jamaican. 3 7s 21. That means more than 3 to 4 billion of funds. Yeah, 21, 28. So that's 4. So at least 4 point something billion, heading to the 5 billion that is missing from SSL.
How much billion is it?
For. Almost 5 billion Jamaican.
But Almighty God look down from heaven. What a war situation. Weeping and wailing, lightning and thunder. What a war. And when poor Miss Matty want her housing trust return, she can't get it. When Sister Tem go down to get a little money for housing trust, she can't get it. And you can't tell the Jamaican people, Prime Minister, where $2 billion combined with NIS and housing trust, where disappear to? In the SSL? Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine, out of foretaste of glory divine. And when they come up here, they have big party for them. They have big party at Vumvavin Hotel in New York. Because the most honorable first lady of Jamaica will be here. And it's a bunch of set of hypocrite. Don't you have a next call coming in, Dolly? Let me call you back.
All right, no problem.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. We are live, my good friend.
How you doing, brother Jeff? What you doing?
Are they hear the course?
Yeah, I was there watching that conference, right? One thing I noticed, nobody mentioned about charges against Georgie Boy, right?
Because there's no charge against Georgie Boy.
Yeah, but there should be a charge. You see, when you said domestic violence, remember, this happens in the house, right? He was seen outside in a public space beating a woman with a chair. So that's pretty much, the state saw this, So the state could have arrested him.
I tell you something, The state, Lord Jesus, don't for heaven, power.
But you understand what I'm saying, though?
Oh,
Because
yes.
it didn't happen in your house, That's why they call it domestic. It happened in a public area. So they could have charged him with assault, battering, using a stool, intent to hurt. You understand me? So there was 3 charges, the state itself, because, in other words, if you went inside a supermarket or anywhere and you and a lady catch up and you took up a stool like that and was beating this woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was scared of you and didn't want to charge you. Don't you think that if the police came there, they'd arrested you?
Of course, but Jamaican police and licky and nyami.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question, my good friend. We're going to wrap up the program now. I've been going from about 9 o'clock this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Your views on the whole idea. We're not forgetting about it, but Hussein bought last 2 billion. Between NIS and Housing Trust that invest in SSL, 2 billion of taxpayers' money gone down the drain. The Prime Minister was told to take out for him money. What is your views on Jamaica's taxpayers' money gone down in SSL to $2 billion?
It's a rip-off. It's just all fraud. Because I was there thinking that when you invest that amount of money inside an institution like SSL, if you know anything about inside trading and stuff like that, that type of money should have been insured by the insurance company. That's why when I heard Nigel Clark talking, I think a couple of months ago or last year, that he had gotten back money from the insurance company. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes.
They should have paid back both his money, because when you have a quantity, $12 million is a lot of money, even in Jamaica, the United States. That is insured. It's insured. So if you lose it, all right, in other words, suppose you had bought McDonald's stocks for $12 million and then McDonald's bottom out overnight. Well, you lose your stocks because that's what it is. But not in a situation like how Bolt lost his money.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? Somebody stole his money. But the money should have been insured. Everybody money in stocks is insured unless the stocks itself collapse. So it's all fraud. Because number one, Andrew Holness took out his money. That means there was some inside trading secret, and it's against the law. Because how comes Andrew Holness happened to take out his money and then everything went down the drain? So somebody on the inside told Andrew what was going on. So it's just all corruption.
My brother, may God help our country. And it's deafening that members of the Jamaican diaspora are very silent. You know, hear nothing from them about it.
And what I don't understand with Bolt either, right? Bolt got this money. The money that Bolt got was from the US, the track and field and the royalties from commercials and whatever he did. But this is US money he had. That he took US dollars and invested it in a bank in Jamaica.
Well, not a bank. SSL is an investment, not really a bank.
Right. Well, and it's fraudulence going on. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, pretty much. He should have got the FBI involved. You know why? He used U.S. money to invest. It's not Jamaican money he used and invested in. So why didn't he? Why hasn't he brought
but hold on here now. When Bolt, I believe that why Bolt didn't get anybody involved, because Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance said, that the FBI will be involved. And why he said that is because Wilfred Rattigan came on this program and said that the FBI should be involved in investigating this. So yes, what Jamaica's lying world-class Minister of Finance did was to come and tell the Jamaican people, oh yes, FBI is coming down to shut us up.
Yeah, the FBI should be involved because it's like I said, remember now, if you fraud Jamaican money, that you deal with the Jamaican government. If you fraud Jamaican money, you deal with the Jamaican government. But if you fraud US currency, then you deal with the FBI. Because all that money Bolt had was US currency. So I don't know why he didn't get why they don't get the FBI involved.
My brother, I don't know. All I know, Jamaica's in serious crisis. Thank you for calling in, my friend.
All right, sir. Take care. Have a good day.
Same to you. Head boy, we're gonna wrap up now. Your last take on all of this, head boy, then we're gonna go. Head boy?
Well, you hearing me?
Yeah, man, go ahead. Yes, man,
right.
Go ahead.
My thing is, wrong can never be right. Wrong can never be right. And in short, it's a dark day in Jamaica where they are going to allow George Wright to come back into the fore. And we really need to continue to look at and assess our laws. And to be honest, in relation to what the caller just said, it's not too late for the FBI to investigate. And I think at this point, Usain Bolt and his lawyers need to now be writing and reaching out to other persons in the US that have influence in the US to have the eyes of the FBI turned to this matter. So in short, Jeffrey, this would be my few words, but I hope that for the sake of brand Jamaica, even though there's not really a brand Jamaica, the JLP came up with, I hope for the sake of Jamaica in general, that Usain Bolt receives his money, because from a banking point of view, it looks very dark for him. I don't know how he's going to recover unless he pursues the assets of those who were in SSL, who were the owners and principals of SSL. So we're really in a dark day. We really are facing a dark situation, and Jamaica is really going through a rough time. Jeffrey, as I go, I was saying that the only hope for Usain is that Usain has to have the investigators in the US. He has to reach out to his lawyers, have to reach out to lawyers with close connections to the now administration in the US to have it come on their radar. Yeah, that's the only thing that can help him. All right. No, your mic is muted.
I said, Jeffrey. My God. And I know Mr. Wilfred Rattigan has been saying
nothing.
Are you hearing me? I know Mr. Wilfred Rattigan.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Mr. Wilfred Rattigan have been saying that Usain Bolt and his lawyer could reach out to him. And he can do just reach out to him and he will talk to them on XQYZ and XQYZ. So I don't know if anybody know who know Usain Bolt. He can get in contact with me through Mr. Rattigan. I get in contact with Mr. Rattigan directly. I don't know what he's going to do. But he needs to do something. He needs to do something.
And he needs to do it fast before this administration goes. Because they're on their way out, There's no question if they're going out. They need to do fast so that you can have something lodged or a claim lodged against them. To at least have whomever come in that we have heard from Mark Golding, and you can statement. Mark Golding says they will look at this as a serious matter, and they will treat it seriously to the point of a public inquiry. Because you're talking about the serious state of our financial system. This has the potential to stop investments from coming to Jamaica. Anyway, Brother Jeffrey, the word is love. All the best to you and your listeners, and it was good journey.
Yes, man. Thanks much for coming on.
All the best, brother. All the best.
Thank you. All the best. I want to say thanks to Head Boy for coming on from morning pertaining to this. I want to say thanks to our good friend in the chat room, Walking in Divine Purpose, who continue keeping the chat room healthy and strong. I want to say thanks to everyone who making this possible. Thank you all for coming on. And one day, this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed, that all men are created equal. One day we must rise. We must rise one day. This nation is in crisis. Until you hear my voice again, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavarres YouTube channel. Like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel where you get none. We don't give fake news around here. We give proper news around here. And I just want to say to everyone who came on the program that our nation is in crisis. And it's time for us to think about this piece of rock we call home. Think about this piece of rock we call home. And I leave you with the words of the late John Lewis.
I got arrested a few times. During the 60s, I went to jail 40 times. Since I've been in Congress, I've been arrested another 5 times. And I'm probably going to get arrested again for something. I'm not suggesting that any of you should go out and get arrested. But when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, stand up and say something. Do something. I gave a little blood on that bridge in Selma 53 years ago. I almost died. Some of my friends and colleagues were murdered in Mississippi and other places. I'm not asking any of you to give any blood. I'm just asking you to go and vote like you never voted before. We have to vote. The vote is the most powerful, nonviolent instrument or tool we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. Use it. Go out and vote. Let's go out and vote. Go and vote. Go and vote.
Let's go out and vote indeed. The voice of the late John Lewis. It's the voice of the late John Lewis, civil rights leader. We all must go out and vote. Wow. Thank you all very much for coming. I was looking for any news to give to you before I leave, but there is no news to give. So we're going to wrap up this program now. And we're going to wrap up this segment and call it a day. Thank you all for coming on. Thank you all for being a part of this program. May God bless you. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. And may God bless our island home.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough. Make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.